The City of Lamar, City Council regular agenda, July 28, 2025. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamar, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on July 28, 2025, beginning at 6 p.m. in council chambers, 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas, as well as the City of Lamar, City Council regular agenda, July 28, autopilot. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamar, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on July 28, 2025, beginning. Yeah. All right. Thought we were gonna be on autopilot. That would have been even better. Where were we? As well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. There is an echo, Mr. Avery. It was here in previous meetings as well. Thank you. If you can resolve that for us. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamar City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas. This location will be open to the public. The meeting will be broadcast at this location on channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Nance, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C,
I'm here.
Councilmember District D, and Mayor.
Present, thank you. We will now ask Mayor Pro Tem Compion to lead us in our invocation, followed by our own city attorney, Mr. Gus Knable, leading us in our pledge of allegiance. Stand if you're able.
Heavenly Father, most of all, thank you for waking us up today and to be here. And thank you for the breath in our lungs, the strength in our body, and the purpose that you've placed us here all today. As we gather for this meeting, we ask for your guidance and your wisdom. Help us to focus on the task at hand, to communicate clearly, and to work together effectively. May your presence be felt among us, inspiring us to make decisions that honor you and benefit all those involved in our great, wonderful community of Lamarck. It is always in your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, City Attorney. We're now up to awards and recognitions. Item 4.1, Certificate of Commendation to Jennifer Johnson. Ms. Johnson, are you available? Ms. Miller, are you going to, do you have knowledge of Ms. Johnson's?
Chief Aragon.
Chief, I'm sorry, it's Chief Argon. There he is. Welcome, Chief.
Mayor, this is a presentation and he's coming up. This is Jennifer Johnson. We have a presentation to provide her. I need to give me a second to get her.
Absolutely, take your time. Welcome, Ms. Johnson.
This is Jennifer Johnson. She's a driver for Sheen, which is she delivers packages for Amazon. And on June the 16th of this year, she was going to a house to deliver a package, and she observed through a window of this residence a deplorable situation where 3 children were living in squalor.
Wow.
And it was incredible. In fact, Dana's going to talk about Corporal Thomason. She's never seen anything as bad as that. So the old saying, you see something, say something, this lady certainly did something. So Dana, would you like to talk about it?
So in my 7 years of doing this job, that was probably the worst house I've ever seen. And we don't get a lot of people that like to say things about that. You know, they're afraid of backlash or something like that. And honestly, without her saying something to us, we don't know how long those kids would have been, they could have still been living in that. And for her to speak up was very brave of her to do. And I just wanted to, give her some kind of recognition on what she did. Because if it wasn't for her, those kids would not be safe and healthy. So.
So with that, I'm gonna read this, Mayor, if you mind.
Absolutely.
Certificate of commendation presented to Sheen Delivery Driver Jennifer Johnson for reporting June 16, 25. Suspected child abuse and neglect detected during her delivery operations. Such abuse/neglect was investigated by CPS, Child Protective Services. It's signed by myself and Detective Dana Thompson. And I just tell you, the children were picked up by they're in foster homes, and this happened before in other states. So we've got a real problem there. So I want to thank you, Jennifer. And not only are you getting a certificate, we got a little, Dana.
If we could actually have the Citizens Police Academy alumni come up here, because they actually have something. to
They
do as
went,
well.
they went and got all kinds of goodies from Canes. I want to thank Canes for, look at this.
Okay.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Laura Devine. I'm the vice president.
Face the audience, please.
They're trying to take pictures of you all. Come on, Miss Angel, come on in.
I'm the vice president. Angel Murphy, she's one of our alumni members. But
Gift cards.
yeah, the chief had contacted us and asked if we could help with this presentation, so I reached out to Canes. And they heard your story, heard about it, and he responded saying, not just will we give gift cards, but we're gonna do a basket. So we picked up the basket, it's full of all kinds of goodies. He gave us all kinds of gift cards, so this is all for you. And just know that it takes a lot. Speak up when you see something horrible like that. And that more citizens need to do that. Speak up, and that's, why we want to recognize you. And you are a good citizen of Marque and a good worker.
Thank you, Laura.
So.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Good evening.
oh,
Nice to meet you. Congratulations. Absolutely. So we're gonna let you hold the basket.
okay.
Yes, here we go. Let you hold the big basket.
All the glory to God, because he's the one who sent me by there and had me say something. My spirit wasn't right until I called Marque police, and they responded like in probably 5 minutes or within 5 minutes. By the time I got to the corner and turned around, it was already 3 carloads of police coming. So I appreciate y'all. And it was just glad that y'all, yes,
If it wasn't for you, we would not have known about it.
so.
Thank you.
Johnson, on behalf of the Lamarck City Council, we certainly applaud your efforts. We have worked diligently to provide for a safer city for all of our residents, in particular our children. And those acts of communication and response and care for those children are indicative of the types of residents and those that would work in our city, the types of people that we want in and moving through our city. So we certainly honor you here today. Yes, ma'am. Item 4.2 is certificate of appreciation that we will allow for.
Mayor, fortunately, Monsignor wasn't available, so we're going to pass on that and bring it back.
Very good. And this 4.2 is acknowledging and appreciating the Queen of Peace Catholic Church for being so hospitable to us in our retreat. Was that last week?
Yes, sir.
We had a retreat last week, and they extended hospitality at the Queen of Peace, and we enjoyed our time there. Very, very productive time for this council. Item 5, citizens participation, limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up to speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. Press the unmute button. Excuse me, if you're attending via Zoom on your smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you are here with us in person, there is a microphone and a podium to the center aisle. Give your name, address, and you will be heard. While Mr. Avery is getting our clock ready, let us remember that we are privileged to live in this great country, the United States of America, which entitles us to the First Amendment right of free speech. And so we honor that here in this council. We are requesting that as we make our comments, we try to be respectful of one another. And that we perhaps would be able to get our points across without insulting or attacking one another. That is our request as a council. That's our hope as a community. And Mr. Avery, are there any persons online wishing to speak? There are quite a few people online. Very good.
Yeah, well, Mr. Dixon is for later.
Mr. Dixon's for later. So that leaves 2. Is that right?
I don't believe Mr.
Are there any persons online right now that are seeking to speak in the citizens participation portion of our meeting? If you're here for another agenda item, kick back, relax. But if you are online wishing to speak and participate in the citizens participation portion, limited to 3 minutes, please wave at us. Let us know that you want to be heard. Hearing none, seeing none, we'll move to those that are here before us. We'll check back again, Mr. Avery, before we close the citizens participation. Today, we are starting with Mrs. Sandra Hofstadter. Welcome, Ms. Sandra. Name and address to the record.
Hi, my name is Sandy Hofstadter. I live at 1402 West Crockett Street in the Highlands area here in Lamar. What else do you need from me on that?
You are now welcome to speak.
Okay. As I'm sure you all remember, on July 8th of 2024, Hurricane Beryl made landfall and made quite a mess of things all around the area. During the hurricane, the street sign at the corner of West Crockett Street and Lamar Drive was taken down by the winds. Since then, we've had no sign. I've filed at least 2 written complaints, and that was through the city portal, and it may have even been 3. After quite a number of months of inaction, I called Public Works to follow up and was told that the reason we've not gotten a sign is because Lamarque has been designated an All-American city, which is very cool, and that special signs are in the works. We still don't have a sign, so it's been over a year now that we've been without that. I followed up this past week with emails to Councilman Lowry and also Ms. Miller, and I thank you both for the responses to that. And I do appreciate that, because I view this issue as not only a matter of convenience for family and friends, for those of us living on West Crockett Street. I also think it's a safety issue, because there's, in case there was an emergency in which police, fire, or ambulance should be necessary, I respectfully request that the reinstallation of the sign, All-American sign or not, be erected by the city with due diligence and speed. And I thank you very much for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Richard Holcomb.
Welcome, Mr. Richard. Good to see you again. Name and address for the record.
Richard Holcomb, City of Lamarck. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Mr. Richard, let her reset your time so you can have.
I want that extra 10 minutes. I might need it. But no, I'm gonna make it short and sweet tonight, but I guess I'm tired of beating the old drum about the Mahan Park boat ramp because it still has a chain across it. And the water's beautiful out there. The fish are biting. And I just wish that y'all could see to somebody going out there and doing whatever needs to be finished. I was told about a month ago that they were waiting on the windstorm certificates for the awnings out there. And that was from the prior city manager, but they still have the chain across the boat ramp. And I want to go fishing, and that makes it real easy. It's close to my house, and it's good fishing there, but still chain across the boat ramp. And I would just like to make a comment, and I see on your agenda that on 9-9 of the agenda that y'all are going to be talking about citizens participation. And Mr. Mayor, I feel like that the citizens participation should be for Lamarck citizens only, not citizens of the United States, not citizens of Texas or surrounding communities, because I would hope that y'all all are up there for the citizens of Texas, citizens of Lamarck. And what y'all do for the good and the bad, that's who it affects for us. And the other day, me and my wife went to Kelly's and we drove down the feeder road, the north side feeder road of 45, and from McDonald's to Texas Avenue, there's no sidewalk, but it used to be grass where people that had the unfortunate of not having a vehicle, they could walk through there.
Mhm.
Well, now I don't know where the concrete and all the extra dirt come from, but you'd break your ankle trying to walk in that grass now because there's big old chunks of concrete. And I'm sure it's Texas Department of Transportation's fault that did that. But I feel like it's your duty as our mayor to ask them to clean it up because, like I said, there's no sidewalk there, but people can walk through grass, even though it's tall grass, but you can't walk through broken pieces of concrete. Somebody's going to get hurt there.
Yes.
And, and if they can't walk there, they're going to walk in the road, and then unfortunately somebody may get run over. And there's piles of concrete over there off of Westward. I think it's Virginia, but where they did the work there too, the road work there on the new road, it's piles of concrete on each end of that road right there on Westward.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess when they finished the job, it was left over and they just piled it up and left it. And I appreciate it if you could see fit to talk to TxDOT or the contractors that did those jobs to clean up their mess. The job's not done until the cleanup's done.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. I think this is, forgive me, I'm trying. Amparo. Amparo Avila. I'm sorry, Miss Avila. Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
This is Amparo Avila. I've been a resident of Lamarck for 24 years. This is my first time here, and I live at 805 Kenneth. I am here because I have two concerns about my property. One is that there's a water line in front of the house that continuously is breaking up. So every time it breaks up, the street gets turned up, our driveway gets turned up, the lawn gets turned up. And now the street has been raised. The elevation on Kenneth has changed. It has been raised, therefore, water will be on our houses. We have McKinney, Steve Roy, and Moran that the water drains into Kenneth, and the elevation on Kenneth has raised up. And that job needs to be redone. All of that has to be removed and bring it back to where it was first level, where the water is able to drain out. That's my concern. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mrs. Haley Winkleman. Welcome, Ms. Haley. Name and address for the record, please. Only one of you can speak. You know that, right?
She just started. So I'm the last time I had to wait till I got up here. So Haley Winkleman, I live on Bowie Street. I would actually like to, I just heard Mr. Holcomb and I'd like to kind of second what he's talking about. That I don't know what's going on with the text dot grass and all that along the feeder road right there at Main and between, you know, going down towards the outlet mall, but it is out of control. Like, I do believe if I got out of my car, it might be as tall as I am, and I'm 5'2", so that's really high. But moving on to an update. I am so thankful that we are having the COVID grants audited. Do want to thank all of you for that. And meeting with the EDC board today. I did want to go ahead and announce that earlier I was wrong. It was not our live stream that got hacked. Somebody took over the Zoom presentation. And I emailed it to Kiera so she would know, but that's how that happened earlier. So, but I did say when I stood up to do this recall, I told everyone I'd get to the bottom of how we got here. And about a month ago, I did say the answer to these questions are always sex, money, or power. Today, I can stand here confidently and say it's money, but it's not in the way that everyone might think. About 8 months ago, CJ Beard stood here and said that he was told the statute of limitations expired after 2 hours. That lit a light bulb in my mind because civil rights is my passion and his rights were clearly being violated by our police department. I uncovered the 7 investigations and 3 incident reports between September 21 and January 22, then the 50+ incident reports between April of 22 and April of 25. And then we've had all the criminal investigations since. So those dates do line up exactly with the lawsuit that was filed against the city by Joseph Lowry that named Ms. Shancy, Mr. Bell, and Randall Aragon. Randall, now, most people don't know police officers are not protected by qualified immunity in civil rights cases. They can and are held personally liable. So because one person was scared of potential liability, everyone in our community has had their rights violated, including mine. My rights have been trampled all over throughout this whole process, and I've said accountability through liability since I started. And we're going to have a community discussion about accountability through liability for all of our rights being violated. So we'll talk about that next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haley. Mr. David Pennington. Where are you, David? There he is. Good to see you again, David. Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
David Pennington, 924 Cypress. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to request that the council do an audit of all the COVID funds that were distributed by the Economic Development Corporation. These funds are taxpayer money, and therefore there should be an accounting of the guidelines and conditions that these funds were issued to the local businesses. Whether these funds were derived from tax revenue or from federal funds, it doesn't matter. It's taxpayer money, and the taxpayers have a right to know if there were any discrepancies in it. This council is a steward of taxpayers' money, and it's incumbent upon you to ensure that the guidelines are followed and that the money is recouped. And if any discrepancies are found, that the money be paid back according to the loan what was signed. On another note, I have a problem with a sitting member of city council serving as a voting member of EDC. Now, this is nothing against that council member, but I do believe that there is a conflict of interest and possibly a violation of the city charter. Call your attention to the city charter, chapter 2, article 1, section 2-9, establishing policy for appointment for boards, commissions, and committees. Section A, scope of this policy, standing boards, commissions, and committees addressed by this policy shall be referred to as committees in the interest of brevity. These committees addressed by this policy are, and the Lamarck Economic Development Corporation is listed. Section G, committee membership limits. A person can only serve on one committee at a time, but may also serve as an alternate member of another committee. Subsection I, ex officio members. One council member or the mayor may be appointed by city council to each committee as an ex officio non-voting member for purposes of providing a liaison between council and the committee. Ex officio appointments are made by virtue of the council member and the mayor's elected position and shall terminate automatically if an ex officio member ceases to hold an elected position. Now, according to what I read, y'all are in violation of the very ordinance that y'all created. Y'all are the ones that wanted a board and commissions ordinance. And y'all are actually violating what you're doing right now. So I really think that there's a conflict of interest. And I really like to see that the council address this and get back with us on something that's what you're going to do about it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, David. Ms. Claire Holcomb. Name for the record. We know where you, I'm just teasing. Name and address for the record. Your husband's always here.
Good evening.
Good to see you again.
Welcome. I live in Lamar. Tonight, I would like to address several issues. One is it's a shame to drive through our city and see how run down and trashy we are looking. And this is all through the city, not just the feeder roads out here, but
Yes,
all
ma'am.
through.
Yes, ma'am.
If more energy was spent working for the citizens of Lamar, we could get this city cleaned up. Tall weeds and ditches, drains blocked, missing street signs, street lights not working, and so on. During requests and announcements, there have been comments about racism and getting rid of the elephant in the room. A personal threat. All citizen comments and council comments should be what benefits this city, not personal feelings. Y'all are elected to do the city business. I don't care that you may not like each other. Please get over it. I heard a comment in a previous meeting stating that past mayors use their position for gains. We can't fix what happened in the past, but it can be fixed starting this day forward. Be honest and transparent with all city business. If a lift station typically costs 1.5 million, then why is the cost listed as 4.1 million? I'm just wondering. I would like to ask the council to review how a recall is handled when there are not enough votes for a recall election. The Texas Municipal League has guidance on this topic. Being able to refile a recall immediately after this first one failed just doesn't seem right. You did change or modify the charter to state that one couldn't be recalled within the first 6 months of office, but no other provisions, like including a procedure if the recall petition fails. TML suggests elected officials shouldn't be subject to but one recall per term elected for. Maybe this should be considered and asked and dealt with. It right now it's open-ended.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel that the city council needs to get their ducks in a row and move forward on city business. And we should have a forensic audit to see what has really been going on in the city. This would be a step in the right direction to prove to us, the citizens, that Lamarck isn't corrupt. And now, not just Mr. Lowry bringing to light what is happening with corruption in our cities and county, but there is a new movement gaining momentum. Their purpose will be to flush out the corruption happening on our local levels. We want accountability and transparency. This is what we, the people, are asking for.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. Clarence Caldwell. Welcome, Mr. Caldwell. Good to see you again. Name and address for the record, please.
Clarence Caldwell, 3603 Prairie Street. I have a couple of items that I'd like to right there voice my opinion on. One of them was a young lady did talk about it, and it's about the trash, garbage cans and stuff like that. Last meeting, I did bring this same issue up on my screen. The address of that individual is 4322. And the roads are not that wide. So when one vehicle is coming one way, the other vehicle is coming the other way, the other vehicles almost have to go almost in the ditch. And then there's no signs for speed limits. So these people, by the time you get to looking both ways, a vehicle's already on you. And an accident is about ready to happen. And something needs to be done. If the city no longer picks up that type of garbage up, then it needs to be told to the citizens there in the city of Lamarque, whether it's by email or whatever. We no longer do that. That's your responsibility, but you have X amount of time to pick this stuff up and take it to the garbage, to the dump. And if it's not done, you get fined X amount of many dollars a day or whatever. This is going to the city budget in order to finance other stuff that we're trying to do. It's not that hard. Next issue I have is I know it's a pet peeve of mine. I know that our school district is now under control by Texas City. And I know that the Texas City Dike, if you don't live in Texas City, you have to have a sticker. If you don't, you got to pay $20 a pop. Well, if we're paying taxes, why don't we are eligible to have those stickers? I think that's only fair. We're paying taxes.
The stickers, you mean?
Yeah, sticker that go in your window. Because they charging $20 a pop now, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. To me, that's not right. And the last thing I have, that another young lady, she just talked about it also. Hey, look, the city of Lamarque is the butt joke of the community. We're on the news, and it's really sad. We need to right there get along and get this stuff right here together because we're grown-ups.
Yeah. I got you.
So everybody, that means everybody, need to get along.
I got you. Mr. Caldwell. Ms. Caldwell, point of information, the street that you were talking about, what is the name of that street? Prairie, okay, thank you, thank you. I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Prairie.
Michael Bach. I don't know who Rock Bach is. Your mother didn't name you that. I'm teasing. Welcome, Michael. No, welcome.
Mike Bach, Long Ridge Drive, Lamarque. Just coming back with a few loose ends about the Bayou Fest. Trying to figure out why the other group who has their own brand identity would want the Bayou Fest name. Well, I'm a little slow about thinking that sort of thing, but then I figured out there's $60,000 worth of reason they want the Bayou Fest. Bayou Fest has $60,000, 50 and 10 attached to it only by Waste Management and Pax Air / Air Lending. Those are contract donations that have gone through every year. So what I'm trying to get at is that group don't need the money. Y'all gave them $10,000 more than y'all gave the other guys 2 years prior. Okay, now, Mr. Guidry just admitted himself, they made $90,000 profit on the event. So what I'm asking is y'all to direct the city attorney to reach out to those companies and renegotiate the wording on those contracts and make that donation go to special events fund.
Yeah.
The $10,000 one, it's for Praxair. And the reason why it's there is because there's a pipeline right away that goes through the back of the park. That can also be included on the special events, but I'm kind of pivoting from that and ask y'all to consider that $10,000 annually to be put in Highland Bayou maintenance fund, specific for that park, because that park right now, we're looking at just maintenance items, $750,000, with the biggest being the shoreline, and then the next biggest is the pavilion.
Yeah.
So, like I say, there's still time. They're just like us. They're October 1 budget years or whatever. They cut the check using October. So like I say, I recommend y'all direct the city attorney to reach out to those folks and maybe change that donation to, because of course, historically, all our city festivals been underfunded, not just BioFest. And then y'all add to the Fair on the Square and the Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
Those, all the funds, Juneteenth, all of them can use a little bump, you know, and so that's why I'm asking y'all to recommend that.
Yes,
Thank
sir. Thank you, Mike. Ms. Ivy Strong, welcome again, Ms. Ivy. Good to see you again. Name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Ivy Strong. I live at 3123 Steve Roy. Okay, I was here about a month ago, talking about Kenneth Street.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a neighbor come up and speak about it earlier. I would like to invite each and every council member, along with Mr. Bro and maybe someone from the engineering department. I would love for all of you to come out as a group or individually, and please come look at this street. If this quality of work was done on your property, you would not be paying this contractor. The work that was done is subpar. It was done without engineering. It was done without drainage studies. And it was frankly done improperly. When a street is repaved, they dig up the old, pour new. They did not dig up our old. And we don't have great drainage in this area anyway. They've just added to the height. So when I came last time, Mr. Bro did come out the next day as promised. He had the contractor out with the city engineer. He was very effective. I have no complaints about him. The contractor solved the problem, quote unquote, by just coming out with a machine, and they cut maybe 3-4 inches off the street, just all along one sidewalk. So now we have sharp edges going down, still doesn't drain. They didn't fix that issue. It's horrible. I have a neighbor whose front yard is torn up. It's been torn up for over a year. This is her front walkway. There's orange netting, there's cones. I have another neighbor, when they cut to help the drainage, they have a driveway that goes across. So guess what? There's no drainage going that way. It just stops where their driveway comes. I would love for y'all to come out. There's asphalt the asphalt was laid unevenly. Some areas go up into the grass. I mean, there's maybe this much curb in some areas. Some areas there's this much. It's an awful job. You would not accept this personally on any of your properties. And we are supposed to accept it. The city should not pay for this. This entire thing needs to be redone. And my street and Marianne, both are yet to be paved. So my concern is y'all are going to hire the same contractor to come out and do the same quality of work. It's awful. I really encourage each of you, come out, send me a text message, please. I'll meet you out there. I have other neighbors that would love to. The little bit of rain that we had last night, I have water pooling in front of my house. And this is what happens. If we get substantial rain, I have water pooling so deep a week after the rain that I can't pull my trash can out without putting rain boots on. That's going to breed vermin, mosquitoes. It's awful. So please come out yourselves, take a look. I could take pictures, but it would be too much. Just come see it and please address it with this contractor.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Ivy, I'll let you in, Joe. Is it okay for council to access you by this number?
Absolutely. Send me a
Okay.
text message. I don't typically answer unknown numbers.
Yes.
So send me a text message and I can get in contact with you.
Yes, ma'am. Are you on the point of information?
For clarity, are you talking about Steve Roy, the street that you live on, or are you talking about Kenneth?
So Steve Roy, dead ends at Kenneth.
Okay,
Okay. So Steve Roy hits Kenneth. Our water is supposed to drain down to where Steve Roy intersects with Kenneth. And then it's supposed to drain down this way where there are drains down here.
Mhm.
That doesn't happen.
okay, but
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Ron.
Thank you.
Mr. Carl Beard. Name and address for the record. Welcome, Mr. Beard. Good to see you again.
Paul Beard, 620 Wisdom Cove, Texas City, Texas. I hate to come up here every week, well, every time you guys have a council meeting to address a certain person in the room, because it does just continuously just carries on. But this guy, Councilman Lowry, I'm just gonna say his name. He went and posted what he thought was medical information about myself online and went on this rant that I have PTSD, and through that PTSD, the criminal charges that were dropped against me were a result of, I guess, the DA's office showing me certain favor because I have PTSD. I am 100% disabled veteran. It's not PTSD. It's not any other mental illness. What gets me is that in this country, you do have a lot of veterans that actually have PTSD. And actually to do that, to me, is no different than the stolen valor that he claimed against JB. To actually insult people who actually walk around with that mental illness because they fought certain wars for this country. It's just not a good thing to do. But further to that, I actually started digging in and kind of figuring out what Joseph has been doing. And it's kind of following his comments. His comments, and I'm going to kind of paraphrase, he's going back and forth online with a guy about $8,000 in revenue that he lost from Lowry News Network being shut down. So I started to look at that. And I started to couple it with the legal fees that he ran up in excess of $12,000 on the city to actually do investigative reporting and to then turn around and actually profit from his position on council.
Yes. Go ahead, Joe.
You have
You have
direct
yeah.
information to the mayor. And
Thank you for that, Joe.
well, thank you.
Yeah.
But to further that, to actually make money from a city as a council person running what I would equate to a reality show online, a lot of things that he has done lately has been intentional. It's no reason we should have found out about the information from Lowry News Network as a breaking, I guess, article, the information about JB before that information was actually presented to the general city and the council. We shouldn't have found out about subsequent investigations by, Chief Aragon, fire marshals, and all of this stuff on Councilman Lowry's website. This guy's sitting up here profiting off of tearing down the city. And you have residents come up here and say, hey, just stop the discord, just stop it. Well, you know what? It's only one person in the room that didn't grow up here. I've been in this community 48 years. I went to Marque High School. I went to Queen of Peace over there for pre-K. So I've been here. I'm very entrenched in this city. It's only one person that's not. The vested interest of this city is not what he's here for. And he should be recalled. And the day that I don't have to come up here, it'll be a great day because I really get tired of driving over out to West Texas City to come over here and address this guy. But I look forward to my day in court. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Mr. Avery, anyone online?
Yes,
No?
yes.
Hello. Name and are you wishing to participate in the citizens participation?
Yes, sir. This is Robert Midstitch.
Welcome, Robert. Name and address to the record.
Robert Midstitch, 24 North Curlew.
There's been a lot of statements made concerning our chief that are totally incorrect, and some of them about our Councilman Lowry. Concerning our chief, there's been claims about HR investigation, and none of that was done without attorney recommendations. It was upon their advice. There's statements about him not having a police officer's license. TCO, everything is cleared with TCO, and yet these people still make these statements. Every complaint that has been lodged against a certain councilman have been investigated, and the DA has turned it down and has declined it. You know, it is not our chief. Also, the chief does not say who gets to be in the Citizens Police Academy. And there is no felony restriction against Councilman Lowry from being in that, but yet these statements are still made. And we heard some of the things that was just stated against Councilman Lowry about making money off of the city, and that is not true. So totally wrong, but these statements continue. But yet the people that make these statements have no problem about a certain another council person that goes on a 7-day Washington, D.C. vacation that was only a 2-day conference, never authorized by the council, never discussed, never sought any authorization. And that is not in the realm of a council position to take it upon yourself to just book a trip and go travel. Thousands of dollars. And yet we still hear about all the problems with our streets, our drainage, our sewage backups. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Very good.
Point of information, Mayor.
Point of information, we learned a point of information is a question that we are asking of
Personal privilege.
personal privileges about comfort. If you are trying to deny an allegation, I will give you 30 seconds, Ms. Yancey, to make that statement, the same that was offered to Mr. Lowry if in fact an allegation was made against him. 30 seconds, go.
To my beloved constituents of District A and to the city of Marque, that is absolutely false. What former Councilman Robert Mitchell just said, and I believe I yield my 30 seconds. That is not true. I've heard it now twice. This council knows it's not true. And if no one else will speak up for me, I will speak up for myself. You can ask to see the public information request, but to say that I took a vacation when I represented this city and did it well, so much so NASA's budget was saved and they got more money, is absolutely ludicrous.
Ms. Yancey, I gave you 30
It
seconds.
is not true.
I gave you 30 seconds.
Thank you. I yield.
Very good. Let's move on, guys.
Hello?
Let's move on. Hold on just a minute. Are you looking to participate in the citizens participation portion?
Yes,
of our
Mayor
meeting?
Bell, I am.
Very good. What is your name and your address?
This is Carolyn Small. I live at 1121 Prune Street. I'm calling because earlier I got to see in real time our a meeting get hacked and that image be put up. So I'm not sure who's in charge of the YouTube, but that video is still up. So they streamed it live and then it posted it up. And because there's like a pornographic image at the end of it, I wanted to let y'all know y'all might want to hide that video or delete it because that's up there on YouTube right now. And that was it.
Are you in your office taking care of that? The IT department? You are taking care of that? Very good. You want to be heard?
I think urgently, if that image, and I apologize to the city, or all of us, is so offensive that I hope you get that off. If you have to terminate the YouTube, just stop it. We don't need that.
Thank you, Mayor
Thank you.
Pro Tem.
I just wanted to let y'all know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. We have business to Hey, I got one more person. Mayor,
I'm sorry, who am I speaking with?
this is Robert Harvey.
Very good. Name and address for the record, Mr. Harvey?
Robert Harvey. I'm not gonna give my address.
That's fine.
I didn't have anything prepared. I was just gonna listen. But after listening to everyone speak in the whole meeting, nobody's really addressed the elephant in the room that's taken place last week, the main news, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to say a little something to address it. But last week, Lowry's ex-wife, Natalie, got a 5-year protection order against him. The judge ordered that he should have to undergo behavioral health evaluation, and he is no longer allowed to own guns. I wish the judge would have ordered him to have to get rid of his killdozer as well, but maybe we'll work on that one. Congratulations to Natalie. I'm sure she'll have some peace now in her life. The judge in Washington did more last week to protect the citizens of Texas than anyone else in Texas has done concerning this situation. And everybody knows that Lowry is a dangerous person. So that's all I really need to say about that. No, the judge in Washington is not a part of Keith Bell's criminal enterprise. And Lowry has been crying on Facebook about his deleted Facebook accounts. And he is saying that Mayor Keith Bell's criminal enterprise had something to do with that as well. And I just find that laughable because Facebook, for one, is private property. They can delete anyone's account at any time for any reason. They really don't need a reason. If they want to delete your account, they're just going to do it. So I did want to point that out. And then lastly, as the lady just stated, the city's YouTube live stream was hacked today, and there was porn and anti-Semitic photos were displayed. And I just wanted to say this continues to make the city look even worse than it already does. If that's even possible, I don't think it is. But the reason I say it makes the city look bad is because this was obviously an inside job. People that aren't familiar with that YouTube system or the streaming software and don't have access to the passwords in the streaming could not be able to do that. And like I said, I didn't have anything prepared, Mayor, but that's all I got. Thank you.
Very good.
Point of
As it's not a point of information, Ms. Lowry, but I do know that you want to respond to that. We're going to give you the same amount of time that we gave Ms. Yancey to address the issue, since it was personally referencing you and your personal business. 30 seconds, Ms. Nance. Mr. Lowry.
Yeah, there was no due process in Washington State. There are no criminal charges. These are false allegations. They're under appeal. I hope we prevail. But again, there was no due process. There's no evidence of any of the allegations whatsoever. No crime was committed. That is it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All
Can I
right.
have a information too?
We
Mayor?
cannot, Mr. Harvey, we can't, we can't,
Okay.
but I understand.
All righty. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now that we've gotten that out of our system, all of us, perhaps we might move back toward business. 6, presentations. 6.1, presentation, invent.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Steve Sweats. I work for a company called Invent. We do have a presentation. All right. Go to the next slide. So just a little bit of overview about Invent. Invent is a $3.3 billion company, 11,000 employees globally. They recently purchased the company I work for. Most of you know it by its former name of Bevco. Recently it was called Parkline. We're over on Delaney. We're growing really fast, and we would like to move to the city of Lamarque. We'll just need a little help with some zoning. So as you can see there, that's a little bit about Invent. Go to the next slide. So this is the history of Parkline. The building still names Parkline. In 1972, Bevco Industries was founded in Lamarque, Texas. Instrument panel shop. In 1985, they started a little portable modular building. 2002, they built a facility in Hitchcock, 110,000 square feet on Delaney. We're still there today. 2016, Parkline acquired the assets of the business. I was with Parkline at the time, running a plant in West Virginia for them. In 2019, we did a little bit of expansion of the facility, get the trucks in and out better. I, at that time, moved down here to run this facility and purchased a home in Lamarque on Painted Meadows neighborhood. 22, we started making data centers, and that's where the business is going. Everybody's got 2 phones and YouTube and laptops, and it's all data center work. We build home buildings that are integrated for data center work. You'll see some down there on the bottom. They all go to data centers. They'll put them up, they'll fill them with all their equipment, switch gear, data processing, backup batteries, backup generators, and set them outside a large building, and they're co-located. The little building on the right is a battery energy storage unit. We started building them too. We designed, prototyped, and built them. 2023, Trachty, a business in Wisconsin, purchased Parkline. We have now 4 businesses. 24, Invent acquired all of us. So since 2024, it's been just over a year. Invent has owned 4 facilities. I run 2. I still run this facility here and the one in West Virginia. 25, they have just approved, I got approval to expand the Delaney facility by 40,000 square feet. But it's not enough. We're growing so fast. Our customers want more and more product. So we're looking to expand. This is just a little bit of the overview of the Hitchcock facility. Opened in 2002, currently have 180 associates, 2 buildings, basically an office and the large manufacturing. 3 product lines, about $40 million, trailing 12-month revenue. It's a 16-acre campus. If you look at the upper part of the large building, 40,000 square feet is going to take that half building all the way to the front. We started on that this week. We've got all of our permits. We do metal fabrication. We do some welding. We build the buildings. We do have a couple of very large paint booths in there. We have a 40-ton bridge crane that runs the length of the 1,000-foot-long facility. Here's where we're at. 2021, we were about $10 million worth of business. We are estimating this year somewhere 74, 75 million. Current open positions, we've got 16 builder helpers. They started an hourly rate of $17 an hour. Maintenance technician, we're looking for 2 right now, $25 an hour. And on the right, I kind of put a total of where all of our employees come from. You'll see Hitchcock is on there. We have 14 people that work with us that live in Hitchcock. You can see Lamarque up there is 16, Dickinson 14, some all the way over from LaPorte, and 18 out of Santa Fe. Okay, but we're growing really fast. We currently have 32 open positions. Today, we approved another additional 50 to 60 head count, not just people that work on the shop floor. We're looking for project managers. We're looking for electrical supervisors. We're looking for quality people. I interviewed an individual from Hitchcock today to be our quality manager. These are good paying roles. Okay, those are the starting wages. People can work up from there. Okay. The next slide. So this is why I'm here. This is the Lamarque, Texas facility on Lawndale. This is where the business started. You can see inside, those were taken when the last business was there. It's clean, it's neat. We want to go back there. It's basically a mile from our current facility. I'll need this facility. It's 40,000 square feet, 43,000. I intend to put warehousing in here. We will do some welding. We will do some fabrication. I've got approval to actually paint the exterior of the building. We're going to put about 50,000 in just cleaning up, painting. We'll keep the lawn mowed. We'll keep the garbage removed. And there will probably, I'm just spitballing here, 30 to 40 people maybe working at the facility. We're not sure yet if it's 2 shifts or 1. But what we need is it zoned. I believe you said since it was empty about 6 months, we need the zoning reapproved. This is what it was always done. Like I said, this is where this business actually started, moved to Hitchcock in 2002. We're just asking for expeditious approval of the zoning that we require to run this facility. I am looking at other facilities. I want this one. It's a mile away. My EH&S people can support it. I don't have to add a lot of infrastructure. Another one I'm looking at is 25 minutes up to I-45. I don't want to go there. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm just asking for any help you can give me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Question?
Any questions concerning this project, this wonderful business that originated in the great city of Lamar, seeking to return to the great city of Lamar? Council, do we have any questions at this time? Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Trucks, thank you for taking time out and earlier in the week and visiting with us. I have a question. Where are you advertising for help? What
It is on Indeed,
on Indeed?
and there's a lot of other, I think now it's mostly on Indeed.
On Indeed.
Yep.
So if individuals are interested, go to Indeed and that's
Right
where.
now, we need certified welders, welder helpers, right? We have 2 certified weld inspectors on staff. I can't compete with the plants for pay, but I have no problem with somebody coming in if they want to work hard and learn. We'll train them up. They can get their 4G, they can get their certifications. They can get a better job at a plant if they want to do it. We've had that happen and we shake their hand and we wish them well. But
And one other item that I think is important for us to know as a community, you have projections of additional space needs of up to, if I recall, another.
it's growing so fast, but we believe in a few years, we'll probably need 400,000 or 500,000 somewhere. We want to stay in this area,
Yes.
right? A lot.
Yes, all right, very good. Thank you.
Anyone else? When we visited with you, it was last, when was that, Joe?
Last Thursday.
Last Thursday. I thought I heard you say that you all were doing, and forgive me if I misunderstood, $3 million in sales. Was that what you were saying to us?
It was up on the screen.
Yeah.
We've increased at a 43% compound annual growth rate since 21. Every year it's getting bigger by 43%. We're outstripping our ability to hire people. We're outstripping our ability to add square footage. So.
Yeah. So that means more sales tax revenue, more jobs for our community. And just to remind folks, this issue was a product of zoning. When zoning was passed by our residents, and we had to go about the process of zoning an entire city before our time here on council, any of our time here on council, 2005-ish. Some properties were zoned incorrectly. And this was one of those properties, I believe, a month or so ago, it might have been longer. There was a gentleman that appeared before council by the name of Mr. Mazzola, who had some property that had been miszoned in the same area. And so we have seen this in this area through no fault of the businesses that operate in this area, simply an oversight by those that were doing their best to try to zone our city. And so this is a simple rezone, it sounds like, for our planning and zoning committee and eventually for our council. But I wanted to say thank you for meeting with myself and Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Miller was in that meeting as well. I believe Ms. Nash was in that meeting. A delightful person and an exciting company. And I look forward to continue working with you so that you can expand your business, your company can grow and profit, and ultimately the citizens, the residents of Lamar would be the ultimate beneficiaries. We're excited about what you're doing, and I believe that we ought to support you and your company in all that you're trying to do, because it brings all sorts of wonderful, wonderful blessings for our community. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. 6.2, presentation, collaborate, Vision 2050. Look at those fine looking gentlemen there. Welcome, gentlemen.
My name is Chris Kay, and I'm a principal at Collaborate, my colleague Dwayne Mollard. And we'll be doing a brief summary presentation of the 2050 vision. Thank you, everyone, with City Council for inviting us here today. And we also want to thank the EDC and the city for selecting us for this wonderful opportunity to really get to know City of Lamarque over the last 6 months. The purpose of our assignment was to develop a strategic vision through 2050 to chart direction and help you navigate through the planning process in the future as it relates to economic development. Next slide, please. So we'd just like to extend the acknowledgements to everyone involved, from city officials, the EDC, the fire department, the police department, your facilities group, your public works. Everyone's been involved in various meetings, and of course, the community. We've had at least 2 community work sessions where everyone participated and was quite vocal that we'll talk about. And it's great to see city government at a grassroots level working. That's what democracy is all about. So it's great to watch it. Next slide, please. This is an example of the final document. It's going to be published in a couple of weeks. So what you're going to see here today is a summary of this document. Next slide. We started with the basics, going back and looking at what you've already done, so we don't have to repeat what's been already accounted for. And a lot of good work has been put into planning for the city of Lamarque. In 2017, this was the plan for the Renaissance District revitalization, and we studied all the plans for that and evaluated what's been done in the direction you're heading there, and took that into account as we developed the strategy and charted the vision. Next slide. The strategic plan, the last strategic master plan that was done was in 2015. And we highlighted 12 critical issues identified in that plan. And we benchmarked those against where you are today. And just to give you some highlights, infrastructure improvements, it's been over $65 million allocated to improvements, and 21 million in grant applications. And you've made a lot of progress. Obviously, that needs to continue, and I'm sure it will. But it's a lot of good work that's been done in infrastructure. Blight reduction, over 125 buildings have been demolished. And that also continues. Again, there's a lot of work to do in this category, as I heard mentioned today, but there's also been a lot of progress, and I think that should be recognized. Interstate 45, obviously, there's a lot of work going on there that's going to impact the city, and we'll talk a little bit about where that stands versus some of the thought process in 2015. Communication. You've engaged PR specialists, and you've started a community newsletter. As we dig into the summary, one of the things we'll talk about is your internal communications are great, but reaching out beyond Lamarque and going into the private sector across the state, across the nation, that is going to need some work in order to really promote all the good things that Lamarque has to offer as a community. You've talked a lot about a community center back in 2015, and that remains a really a future opportunity that we'll touch on today. Quality public education. Your ISD has been revamped, and the expansion plans are underway. In any good community that's growing, that wants to attract families, education, healthcare, super important, and you're well on your way on that one. Grocery store plan. You do have some grocery chains. You can do better. And we want to talk a little bit about economic development and what we can do to attract that as part of the vision. It's part of a mixed use lifestyle improvement for the city. Expanded tax base. You expanded the tax base from 750 million in 2016 to 1.3 billion in 21. That's pretty good. and it continues to grow. Economic development, incentives, tax abatements, grants, working with the EDC. A lot of good things to talk about, a lot of things to promote to the public sector and attract investment to the city of Lamarque. There's tremendous opportunity. When you think about the latest news and what's going on in Galveston and at a federal level, bringing in the shipping industry potentially to Galveston, that's going to create over 4,000 jobs. That combined with Disney and the new terminal, tremendous opportunities. And as your logo says, you are the gateway to the Gulf, i.e. Galveston. Compensation improvements based on the HGAC published standards have been enacted. Expanded youth and recreation programs are in progress. It ties back into the community center. You have a tremendous opportunity. You have more parks than most communities next to you, and how you can take advantage of those. You already have a parks plan. How do you link that into a future master plan, economic development strategy, especially with all the education improvements going on, will be an interesting endeavor. And then Lemonade Day, we just want to mention that. We left it as in progress. We haven't really heard a lot about it, but those are the 12 things we really pulled out of the 2015 strategic plan as we went forward, evaluating where you are today. Next slide, please.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about the process. There were 4 steps in the process. Next slide, please. So the first was data research. Chris alluded to a lot of the reports that we reviewed, like the Parks Master Plan, the 2017 Renaissance Plan, plus the 2015 Visioning Plan. So we did a lot of research, on our own, and had meetings. Next. So SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So Chris is going to go through some of those items that we found. That's the second step after you gather a lot of information. Next. So we also spent some time actually in this room going through some visioning concepts with the community, as well as the different officials from the city. And then finally, from that, we developed some guiding principles that will help the city move to the next step. So in data research, obviously, there was a lot of due diligence that was done, but next. So we collected data to understand the community's existing conditions. We met with the community and city departments, supported by the Economic Development Corporation and city leadership. Y'all were always involved with those meetings and met many of the people that are here today. And that we led 2 stakeholder meetings in different locations, different times, and with different people that were both public and private leaders that were selected by the city. And then we led a visioning workshop in November of last year, and it resulted in a series of vision statements, which Chris will be going through those with y'all. And then finally, we developed the guiding principles based on community feedback to support the final vision statement. And that's very critical. So what did we learn? Lamarque is a great location, as y'all know. It's low cost of living and its proximity to key attractions, both to the north and to the south. And it's in a fast growing market. Infrastructure improvements have begun. They need to continue to support the city's future growth. And then there's perceived public safety challenges that have to be overcome, which all have started taking steps and increasing police visibility and removing the blight. And that the city is committed to a business-friendly culture. There's a need for, as we even heard this evening, there's a need for more opportunities to improve housing options and provide lifestyle choices and amenities. And then the community wants leadership to improve the quality of life. And so there's an opportunity for P3 investment opportunities, resulting in increased property values, amenities, and a better quality lifestyle.
P3s are public-private partnerships where the city attracts private industry, similar to the company you heard today, come in and invest in the community.
We need to say that into the microphone, please. There are people watching that
I
don't
just
know.
wanted to define what P3s are, public-private partnerships, where the city works together with the EDC to attract private industry to your community.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that.
Okay, I'm next. So the SWOT analysis, we can go through strengths, weaknesses, opportunities. First one is strengths, some of the strengths, strategic location. You've heard a little bit about that today. Proximity to Houston, some of the other growing communities, NASA, a lot of attractions. Galveston, you've got 45 that'll take you all the way up north. So great connection. You've got airports nearby. So you have a lot going for you in location. Community appeal, diverse community, small town charm, improving education, affordable housing. You really have to promote that. And we'll talk a little bit about that with the vision. Growth potential, significant growth potential, especially, but that won't happen unless you're able to attract young, new families to the community. Cultural, historical significance. You have a rich history. You're the gateway to the Texas Gulf Coast, and you're a popular destination or transition destination to Galveston for sure. And how do you take advantage of that? Weaknesses, you've got infrastructure challenges, aging infrastructure that needs to continue being improved, obviously. Lack of public transportation, economic diversification. So there's a lack of entertainment and lifestyle amenities, lack of youth activities, recreation activity, great parks, but they need to be incorporated into a recreation strategy, a lack of health care, and you need more diverse job opportunities and to attract younger entrepreneurs and families. If you look at the demographics, it just doesn't show the younger contingent moving into Lamarque yet. Perception issues. The perception outside of Lamarque is that you have a high crime rate and blight. Now, I will say, since we started looking at this almost a year ago, it has improved tremendously. But at this point, it's more about public relations and communication outside of Lamarque to really publicize all the good work you've done to change that. I will leave it at that. Opportunities. I think tremendous opportunities for the city, economic development, expanding the industrial base into technology and healthcare, leveraging locations to attract new business. As you bring technology in, there's so many new incredible things happening with digital twin technology, smart city technology, as we said, data centers, tourism growth, the proximity to Galveston and NASA and some of the other attractions. And cruise terminals are a huge opportunity for investment from the private side. Community investment, revitalization in older neighborhoods. You've started that process with the redevelopment of the Renaissance area, and actually that needs to be balanced now with more lifestyle, retail, entertainment, hospitality, food service. All those things have to be built up. And we'll talk a little bit about opportunities there. Regional collaboration, partners with surrounding cities. You have great relationships and you should capitalize on those. One thing that's not up there that I do want to talk about in opportunities is Lamarque, surprisingly so, but it's a great thing. You have a lot of available land, public land, that you can leverage in those public-private partnerships to really create that community investment. And that's probably the number one thing that can be capitalized on very quickly to develop growth. So threats, natural disasters, obviously the environment is a threat, and vulnerability for hurricanes and storms, rising sea levels, and you're in pretty good shape with your levee, but that's definitely goes back to infrastructure challenges. Economic competition, your neighbors are competing with you and they all want the same businesses and the same new families, and whoever does a better job at marketing and promoting themselves wins. And that's something that's going to be really important. But you also have to back it up with new neighborhoods and new amenities. And, and we've done a lot of surveys in various communities, and it's really important if you want to attract professionals or blue collar, it's not only the worker. When you attract the family, mom, the kids, You know, schools are important, lifestyle amenities are important. All those things are important. So it has to be a comprehensive strategy. Population growth is a threat, risk of stagnation without proactive development initiatives, creating those opportunities for young families to come move into Lamarque. And then environmental concerns, safety. Again, this is perception, air quality is perception. Port Arthur has the same problem. They really have, we did testing and they have pretty clean air, surprisingly, but they're perceived as having very bad air because they're next to refineries. So those are things you have to fight with PR, publicity, and testing. Need to balance new development with conservation efforts. So, you know, it's great to build new, but you have to preserve the old. You have to preserve the legacy. You have great neighborhoods, an opportunity to improve the streets and revitalize those neighborhoods and tie it back to a wonderful new development that you have with the Renaissance area. So those are the threats and weaknesses and opportunities. I won't take any questions till the end, but if we can go to the next slide. So visioning concepts from the community. These are things verbatim that we wrote down that the community told us and your leaders told us. As a hub to mainland Lamarque, create innovative approaches to tomorrow's opportunities today, diverse, fun, family-oriented city, providing safe environment, sustainable growth factors, community engagement, attractions, tourism, creating prosperity for all, and then a safe city, fostering community, continued economic growth, and affordable, safe, clean, diverse community for opportunities and growth. These are just some of the bullet points that we have a lot more, but I just wanted to highlight some of those today. Next slide. So when affordable community built, commitment to citizens, diversity, inspire and engage community. So we recorded all of this and we use this to inform some of the guiding principles. Next slide. So those guiding principles, the top ones that ranked were foster economic opportunity, promote a sense of safety and comfort, construct sound infrastructure systems, promote natural cultural amenities, establish united community identity and prioritize community development, and provide quality housing at different price levels, and implement good governance and fiscal sustainability. So those are the guiding principles that we filtered through all the comments from your community and your leadership team.
So next steps, one of the things that we saw as an opportunity here is historic Renaissance District redevelopment. And one of the things we were looking at, I'm just going to go through these very briefly because I have a map that shows some of this stuff as well. But a railroad station that has a museum in that area, and then increase the population through infill development, and then as well as adding retail and restaurants. That's perfect, and multifamily. That's a perfect place to get started, and it's easy to get started in that area. And then also that would be an area where you want to encourage pedestrian activity. And then under housing options, provide quality housing at varying prices. So affordable, yes, but then there's an opportunity to have some that are high cost, so that you get a diverse economic group of people. And then additionally, we're looking at adding 400. We think that at least 400 multifamily units should be added to the city. And then also, as far as connecting the city to the different nodes that are within the city itself, that for housing, to restaurants, to parks, that sort of thing. We think that's very important. And then the new city center would be a new seat of government that would have, since you own property, it'd be an opportunity to leverage that so that you have a new city hall, council chambers, public works department, police department, and library. And then work with a developer to do some multifamily and retail in that area. And then with the, as far as the entries and exits, one of the things that we saw and heard when we were talking about it is that there is a discrepancy between East Lamarque and West Lamarque. Well, there's an opportunity here, especially with this redevelopment of I-45, to try to tie the different areas together so that it becomes one. So you have those pathways, you have the bicycle paths, you have cars being able to go back and forth very easily. By doing that, you become one city, not two cities or three cities. You become one city. And then as far as the health and wellness is concerned, we are one of the things that we're looking at is that there's some areas that are a threat. And one of the things that Chris talked about a little bit was the air quality. One of the things that we're talking about is developing zoning areas that would be able to separate, like, for instance, the new rail yard that's going to be coming in at some point in the future, having some sort of buffer that buffers that area from the rest of the city so that visually and sound, you have less of a impact on the city itself. And then under safety initiative, it's important to continue to for economic development and grants to improve infrastructure. That includes street circulation and these paths that we're talking about, utilities and lighting. And then the other thing we're looking at is for safety is that locating, and we've got a drawing that shows potentially where the new fire stations could go, where the new police stations could go to cover the entire city. And then finally, under the social and economic sustainability, the P3 partnerships are important to promote those so that you can develop the city itself. Next. Okay, so I'm better at pointing than I am at talking. So I'm going to take this. I was told I could take this and we go over to this over here. But basically what we did is we started looking at ways to start organizing the city. One of the things we noticed, and even as we drove along Highway 3 when we first started, we noticed that there was not a lot of separation between one city and the other. You didn't know you were moving into one versus the other. There may be a sign there, but there's opportunities here, both along 45 and State Highway 3 and even 146, but especially on 45, where you start defining the different exits. So you define where the city is. One example I can give you is Pearland. When you go through Pearland, you see the pairs on the standards that you know that once you hit that, you're in there. So there's ways of start developing these connections and defining where all of the, even around the smaller streets, defining where your limits are so that you are creating pride in your city. You're defining, it's not just leaking into the next city. Then one of the things we were looking at is that there's an opportunity that if there's that entertainment site where the old dog track used to be, there's some talk about redeveloping it. Well, once that happens, then there would be an opportunity to put a hotel there. And there'd be other hotels that could go along 45 that would support as Chris was talking about, the shipping industry and the tourist industry down in Galveston. So the other things we were looking at is obviously, and especially in East Lamarck, that's updating the infrastructure. And I know you're in the process of doing that, but we're also talking about these buffers. So there'd be one buffer here that would be able to separate the rail yard from the rest of the city. The other thing we were talking about is that this triangular shaped area, which is east of State Highway 3, there would be, we think that it would be a good idea to start encouraging only light industrial type of uses in there. And that's for a couple of different reasons, but one of them is that when in Texas City, below Texas Avenue here, they don't allow any sort of redevelopment of housing, or they don't give them permits, and they don't give them permits for new housing in that area because of the refineries that are here. So this triangular shaped area could serve as a buffer between Texas City's refineries and the rest of your city here. And by slowly over time being able to to make that more of a light industrial type of area. And then the other thing that we're talking about is, as you can see here, is really promote having retail and commercial development along 45 and Highway 3.
One thing I do want to say, remember that this is a long game, right? So we're looking out to 2050. So really important to recognize that. So the city will be more than double in population by 2050. So we're thinking in terms of what needs to happen to infrastructure and how does it need to circulate in order to accommodate that growth.
Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so this shows where some of the existing buildings and properties are for the city. As you can see here, this is the area where the existing fire station #1 in the administration is. And so what we're proposing is that this area where the city owns quite a bit of land here, just north of Texas Avenue, where that land is, there's some existing buildings there, but basically, and I'll show you a sketch of that here real quickly, but it's a place where your new city center could go with the city hall and the city council and the new police department. And then there would be the Renaissance district here, and then being able to have street activity, having potentially retail on the first floor and apartments on the second floor. And then along with this area where the city hall would be, that creates some sort of plaza so you could have public fireworks or any sort of selling of goods or whatever you want to do there. You would provide a central place for that could happen. So you come there every time for the big festivities and promotions. And then one of the things we were looking at is that there's an opportunity in this area here where we think that the existing #2 expand that and to create some other activities, like even potentially a community center. But again, that could be done in relation with a P3 development. And again, we'll look at some of those things. And then finally, one of the things that what we were seeing, and we talked it over with both the police department and the fire department, is that railroad creates a barrier, especially once the rail yard is in here, that potentially that could create a barrier if railroad cars are sitting there, they can't get over there. So in the future, we would recommend once a third station, fire station is created, we would say put one on that side of the railroad tracks with hazmat trucks so that they can take care of that area, especially if it's light industrial. And so that would be another way. Both of them actually could have the hazmat trucks. Next. So I'm going to take you through just a couple of scenarios. The first one, the Renaissance District. So what we have here, there's some existing buildings that are in white here. The beige color is where we're showing the infill take place. So at this intersection of First and State Highway 3, we are recommending a museum there that would celebrate, since this is more historic area, that it would celebrate that historic component of the city, where you'd have a museum and you'd have a place where you could come and see the history of the city, as well as seeing a railroad station, which could be something similar to this, which is what the railroad station originally looked like, was this, very similar to this. And then again, as we were talking about opportunities to create street level retail, places where you could live and eat in the same area where you come out of your unit and go downstairs. And then you're right there in the middle of where all the retail and commercial is. So that's similar to what had been talked about in that previous study in 2017. Next slide. So this is where this was the Renaissance District. This is the city center here. And so again, what we're looking at, there's much of this property is owned by the city. So there's an opportunity here, and this is Texas Avenue, and this is 45 here. So within that,
you could work with the developer under a P3 development where they get to develop a portion of it with housing and multifamily housing and retail. And then you would have the opportunity to put a new city hall in there, the council chambers, the police, a new police department, and then the library. So we're not saying this is a solution. We're just saying this is a concept for what could potentially happen.
So lots of opportunities. These are just ideas. Sky's the limit when you get into planning, and this really is charting the direction to start the master planning process and work with city government and your planners to start develop around your zoning today and zoning tomorrow. Community input, what makes Lamarque special? You know, we talked a little bit about business and creating value together in these business partnerships, public-private partnerships, bringing private sector in to invest private dollars in the community with the public support, creating jobs and improving property values and bringing lifestyle amenities and new housing for new families to come and live in Lamarque. Society, shaping a better tomorrow for the community. So everything we do when we talk about planning and it's really about lifestyle and quality of life. So the built environment helps shape that. And that's really what we're talking about today. And of course, most important thing is people building a culture of trust and transparency and creativity and what makes Lamarque special. If you click the next one, we have a couple of bullets. So diverse community, that's something you should be very proud of. Economic opportunities are there, ready to be tapped, and available land for development. Again, not a lot of cities have the types of parcels that you have available, and I can give you examples, whether it's League City or Dickinson. These type of land parcels just don't exist anymore. And then your strategic location being the last city with this type of available land before you get to Galveston. So the strategic location. The strategic vision that we want to leave you with is building a better tomorrow together and working with that to really create a campaign that not only reinforces the direction of your master plan and what lifestyle amenities and new economic development you can bring to the community, but use it to attract young families, young professionals, young blue collar, whether it's welders, engineers, contractors to come and live in Lamarque. Focus on making Lamarque a desirable and inclusive place to live, work, and flourish. Use the guiding principles to help support the community's vision. So using those to measure decisions made during the planning process. And that's what we leave you with today. Building a better tomorrow together as one community. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Council, do you have any questions for Collaborate?
Did you have I know you mentioned NASA, but did you have the spaceport in there as well?
Yeah, the one with the airport, all those are part of the.
No, spaceport.
No, I didn't put spaceport.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's another one.
Yeah, that's another one I think you might want to, because that's going to bring significant jobs.
Yeah.
Especially with the addition of Texas A&M research facility that they're building as well.
Yeah.
And they're just 25 minutes up the road.
I agree. It's, I mean, the potential is pretty amazing. And having the type of land assets you have and being able to develop those for housing, quality housing, and mixed use opportunities for lifestyle amenities, not only benefits the existing community, but attracts a whole new group of young families to them.
And I did like what I think you said it about having a diverse housing market. We don't have a gated community anywhere in Lamarque, and I know that has helped to lift up the profile of Texas City just with Lego Mars. So that's something, I don't know what this council, but I would definitely be interested in doing something like that as well. But I like the logo. I think that's a great logo, building a better tomorrow together. That's a unified statement.
And it's a proactive statement because it moves you forward. I mean, you are the gateway to the Gulf, but what do you do with it? So.
I would like to get a copy of that. Are we gonna get a copy of that?
Sure, this is just a summary.
Okay.
The book will be forthcoming and it has all the backup appendix.
Okay. Any more questions? I assume, first of all, Chris, we appreciate your company working with us. Spending the time that you spent to try to help us to develop a vision for our great city. And now we have to embark upon casting that vision. And I assume that will look like work on a 3, 5, 10-year plan, so on and so forth. Can you speak to that very quickly?
Sure. So the danger of planning is that you get too big and then you can't execute because you don't know where to start. So what we did is we created and identified cluster development opportunities. So sitting down and as you have a chance to really work through the document and really deciding what's most important for your community, and we can help you force rank that. Is it what's the balance between social benefit and economic benefit and safety and some of the other things we talked about? What's really in demand within the area? Because demand supply plays a big role in your decision. And then once you force rank it, really, instead of going out with a master plan, you have a master plan from 2015. You now have a vision statement, and we've updated the research. It's not difficult to update that master plan, but really start focusing in on those clusters. And once you decide which one is the most important one or two, really go out and start to develop those clusters. What is the highest and best use for those properties? And what is needed most for the community, and focus on planning out those clusters. And usually it's a math exercise. It starts with a math exercise to understand what the highest and best use is, what the economics look like, and then doing what we call a program, which is actually creating the program of how all those different components come together. And then from that's where we as architects and planners start to envision what that built environment looks like. And then that's the information we can go out and solicit RFQs from private developers to come in and give their best shot to proposing on working with you and investing in the community.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chris. We definitely have a lot of food for thought, and I know that we will be responding to you and requesting more from you and your company. But thank you for the presentation. Council? We have a couple of ways that we can go with this. We have a few folks that are waiting to chat with us in the back. There are at least 2 possible interim city managers that are waiting to chat with us online in the back. They need we promised them we would give them a warning, a 15-minute or so warning, so that they would be able to govern themselves. And so Mayor Pro Tem expressed a desire earlier before this meeting with me to move that portion of our meeting up higher. And so I propose that we perhaps move through item 7 and through item 8. And that would be the 15-minute warning, Joe. And then perhaps, if without objection, council, we would recess into executive session to speak to our interim city managers candidates and come back out to finish new business without objection. Anyone? Any objections?
No objection.
Very good. Let's move now to item 7.
Gus, if you don't mind, I'll take this as a whole. Minutes, 7-1, council retreat of 7/22/25. 7-2, regular city council minutes of 12/9/24. Incidentally, Ms. Nance, have you shared with those candidates that they have about a 15-minute warning?
We will, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. 7-3, special city council minutes of 11/18/2024. I will entertain a motion for approval. The second. Are there any corrections, omissions, or additions?
I just looked at the council retreat. I wasn't familiar with the other two. I didn't see any changes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Anyone else? Hearing none, we will call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Old business, items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 8-1, Vision 2050, accepting the Vision 2050 plan as presented by Collaborate. This is brought to us from the administration. I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second to approve?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-2. Ordinance number letter O-2025-0014, approving the project plan and reinvestment zone financing plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 2 in the city of Lamarque, Texas, providing an effective date and making other provisions related to the subject. This is the first reading. It's brought to us by the city clerk and TIRZ board number 2. And there is a possible issue with this. And so I would like to share that issue, allow for Mr. Knable to give us his advice, and allow for council to provide more direction. But let me read us in. The issue is, as it was last meeting, and I'll shed light on the issue for last meeting. It was pulled last meeting, I believe by the city attorney, because there was not an actual ordinance in our agenda packet. There was not an actual ordinance in our agenda packet. And the city clerk's office is responsible ultimately for these agenda packets. And so in this open session, I would certainly like to ask Ms. Nance, if you were here last meeting, if you have any light to shed on why there was not an ordinance in the agenda packet on the last meeting.
Sure. Okay, cool. Both in the last meeting's preparation, I was not here during that week. I was out of the office for that entire week. I do believe all the council was made aware of that prior to. So I was not aware of that at the time. As far as today goes, I was not, when this was distributed, I was not in the office for a personal reason. On the back end, it does show that it was uploaded, but it, for some reason, was not present in your final packet. I will need to do more research into that. I literally found that out right before this meeting started.
So you were not available or party to the agenda packets is what you're saying. You were out on both of these instances.
Correct.
And who would then be responsible for that?
It would still be in my office, so my deputy city clerk would have prepared it, but she's not here, so I can't ask her.
Very good. And we don't supervise your deputy, so that would be something that an interim city manager would have to address. The other issue with this is what is traditional, historical, and what is legal. There is a conversation to be had there. And Mr. Knable, you would like to certainly address whether or not this is a legal issue.
Sure, I can. So first of all, section 551.041 of the Texas Government Code provides notice of meeting required. A governmental body shall give written notice of the date, hour, place, and subject of each meeting held by the governmental body. The city of Lamarque's council has complied with that as to item 8.2. if you look at the beginning, it is the date, hour, and place are all on the front page. The subject for each item is identified, but 8.2 is the subject for this item. So there are provisions of the charter that speak to publication of the ordinance after first reading. Council has to see the ordinance. I believe it's in front of you all. And I also believe that the ordinance is really, well, I wouldn't, for lack of a better term, would say that all of the ordinances I write are legal documents. This ordinance skews on the scale of tending to not be do what this ordinance is just adopting the plan. That's all it's doing. So, can y'all, and the plan was posted. The TIRZ discussed the plan. So, as far as I'm concerned, y'all have complied with the Open Meetings Act. It's up to you how you wish to proceed.
Very good. So this is now a discussion, a very quick discussion that is not based in any legal jeopardy, but based in tradition of our council. Our council has traditionally been able to view, and more importantly, our community has been traditionally able to view proposed ordinances, and that's where the dilemma lies. I will ask, without objection, Council, Ms. Miller, I will ask for you to work with Ms. Nance to find out what happened here in her absence. If you could report that back to council. We don't supervise her deputy. Your office does, and so we would need your help for that. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something you want to add?
Yes, sir. If I understand properly between what I've heard, the summary from Gus as well, we have the previous material that was distributed at our last meeting.
Correct.
With regard to this TIRZ. But what we did not have until today was the copy of the actual ordinance.
Correct.
And having said that, Mayor, it's just always my opinion that we need to give everybody as much information as possible. And I would just suggest, because we haven't complied with that standard, is that we just pass on this for today and then bring it back at our next meeting.
Very good. You, Mr. Lowry, are the representative of Omega Bay where this TIRZ has been created. Do you concur with?
I do, yes, and I would like to speak to some more constituents about it as well.
Okay.
It's a pretty hot topic, so.
Very good. Well, I'll just, if it's without objection to council, I'll pull this based on Mayor Pro Tem's desire, all of our desire for more transparency. And this is also being echoed by Omega Bay's elected representative tonight. And so without objection, we'll pull this so that we can make sure we get it right. Again, Gus gave his legal recommendation. We thank you for that, Gus. Ms. Miller, you will look into what happened with the deputy clerk and how that plays a part in this whole thing. And then we'll move forward once we get those pieces together without objection, council.
Mayor.
Yes.
And also I'd like to find out if there's going to be a vote by the citizens of Omega Bay, if they're going to have a vote as well, if that's something that they're going to do other than the TIRZ board.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to answer that now? It's on the agenda, so I can answer it
Yes,
now.
we're discussing, yes.
So, okay. So the TIRZ plan speaks to the rights of way becoming public. It's, I don't think it's a secret. The rights of way currently are owned privately. The mechanism, the city, I don't think has much of a concern about how the rights of way become public, only that they do. So how a private entity goes about that is not for me to comment on. That's between them.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem.
this is just a question for clarity. Next meeting, we'll have once again, the information, the summary on the TIRZ.
It's the plan.
And the plan.
It's the plan.
And we will have the ordinance as well posted for purpose of the meeting. Okay. Thank
Very
you,
good.
sir.
Let's move now to our executive session. Folks ready, Ms. Nance? Are they ready? Excuse me?
Are they? Okay.
Far as you know, very good. That's all we can do is do the best we can to know. According to Mayor Pro Tem's request, let's move from item 9. Let's skip over item 9 to item 11. Executive session. The city council for the city of Lamarck, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any matters listed above, authorized by the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberations about security devices, and 551.087, economic development. Tonight, we will recess for 3 items. 11.1, section 551.076, deliberations about security devices, reviewing the city of Lamarck's cyber security infrastructure. 11.2, section 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of public officer or city employee, the city manager, as well as 11.3, section 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, the interim city manager. Ms. Nance, the time is 8:01. We are closing our regularly scheduled council meeting and recessing into executive session at this time.
That's amazing.
We are back from executive session at 10:26 PM. Item 11, excuse me. Item 12, actions taken from executive session. We had a wonderful discussion with our IT department. I don't believe that there are any actions that are being recommended by our IT department at this specific moment in time, but it was a wonderful discussion. And we thank those gentlemen for leading us in that discussion. Item 12.2, section 551.074, personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, city manager. I will entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I would like to move that the council initiate a discussion with Schwartz Associates, a HVAC approved vendor, Houston Galveston Area Council approved vendor, to invite them to come to our next meeting in order to begin the issue of follow-up in terms of the circumstances surrounding our past city manager, which is giving us a damage quantification, as well as issues related to our HR process and such other things as we may identify in our discussions with them.
Very good. I'll entertain a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 12.3, section 551.074, personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, interim city manager. I will entertain a motion.
I make the motion that we hire as an interim manager, Ms. Holly. I was looking for my folder. I think that was my folder. Where's my folder?
Mrs. Barbara Bailey Holly.
Yeah, Barbara Holly.
Very
That
good.
was mine.
Barbara
Yeah.
Bailey Holly.
Yeah, I was looking for my folder. Yeah, Barbara Bailey Holly for interim manager.
Yes, ma'am. Is there a second?
For purposes of the vote,
Purposes of a vote?
or
A discussion?
proceed with discussion
Okay.
or anything, I'll second
You
it.
second?
Discussion.
There's a motion and a second for Mrs. Holly. Let's open this up for a brief discussion. Let's see if we can go with 5 minutes to start. Ms. Nance may not need all 5, but let's try. Discussion. Who wants to go first, if anyone?
I will make some notes on that. She has a lot of experience. She has the most recent experience as far as being a city manager is concerned. She has served as interim before. She served the city of Rockdale. She's been interim city manager several different times. She interviewed very well. She is a graduate of Texas A&M, Florida Atlantic University, University of Texas at Dallas, and all of that has been verified by Mr. Joe Dixon's company. And most importantly, she is a planner, an urban planner as well, with extensive experience in municipal government. That's all I have, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion, any more discussion? Joseph, yeah, I think Gus is trying to tell you to say that to the microphone. Yeah, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
Ms. Yancey, would you be able, or would you amend the motion to have Ms. Holly meet with everybody, with the council members individually and collectively within the first,
Okay, you want to add that to the friendly amendment?
please?
To that amendment, we would like Ms. Holly, if she will be our interim city manager, to meet collectively with each.
Individually,
I'm
individually.
sorry,
One-on-one.
individually, thank you, individually with each council member upon hire within the first 30 days of hire.
7 days,
10 days, you want?
7 to 10 days, maybe.
How about 14 days?
14.
Split it down the middle.
Nobody need 30 days.
Let's say 14 days, split it down the middle. Are you, Ms. Yancey, accepting Mr. Lowry's
I do
friendly? Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
I accept the.
There you go.
Moving on.
Any further discussion on this topic? Are we good? Anyone? Yeah, you sure? Going once?
We being silly.
We are getting along for a change. Let it happen. Let it happen. All right, we'll call for the vote if we all ready to vote.
Yes, sir.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are now past item 12, moving back very quickly, council. It is 10:32.
Yeah.
And we still have all of new business and a city manager's report. So if at all possible, let's see if we can move through this efficiently. New business, 9 items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 9.1, awarding RFQ financial consultancy services, approving contract with Stifel Public Finance for RFQ for financial consultancy services. I will entertain a motion. Is there a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9.2, budget workshop presentations considering boards, commissions, committees, business and community partners. The city council requests to present at the 2025-2026 budget workshop series. This is city clerk. Ms. Nance, I believe we have the auditing, the firm that is currently doing our auditing, the bond council as well. Who are the other persons that?
In waste management.
Waste
the
management
only
would be a
3
third.
that I was told previously.
Are there, outside of our city departments, are there any other outside entities that council would request to make a presentation at our workshop?
Can we get, I know we have a drainage district or 2 on here to talk about something else, but can we invite them to the?
The budget, the drainage district?
Mhm.
Okay. Without objection, council? Anyone else? Hearing none, we will certainly, you don't need a motion for that, do you, Ms. Nance?
Not necessarily, no.
Very good. Let's move. Again, council, we can add to that list as the budget workshop moves forward. This is not the last chance for us to add persons to visit and present to us in workshop. This is simply the initial list. Let's move now to 9.3, public safety building, considering proposals for a public safety building, city clerk, and the public safety committee. I believe the committee is not here, so that falls to you, city clerk.
This was just a part of the timeline. I know you all met a couple of weeks ago with the Public Safety Building Committee as well as the architect for the project. In order to move forward, if you were to look towards a bond, we stated that you all would need to make a decision on what you would like to do tonight, so I could get that over to the bond council so they can have time to prepare a bond package.
So what are you needing us to do again?
Whatever determination you would like to make for the bond council is requesting that y'all present that today.
Determination, so we're talking tax rates? What are we talking?
Just if you, I believe it's location, if you want to build it, a location and an approximate dollar amount that y'all were looking to put in the bond package.
Okay. So if we want to build it, the motion has to have council, if we want to build it or not, so that would be a motion to build. The second was where.
Mm-hmm.
Can we, Gus, say where, even if we don't own where yet?
We can.
Yeah, we can bypass the where. I think the main thing the bond council needs is the dollar figure.
The dollar figure, okay.
Right. And because if we say where, it defeats,
Let's,
it defeats the purpose of negotiating.
let's reset, for the purposes of remembering. 17 million or 17.5 million would be a tax rate that stays the same. A penny more would go up to about 22 to 23 million, is that right? And then a penny more than that will go to 27 or 28 million,
I believe it's 27. yes, sir.
27 million. So council, and it goes up from there, council. So we are looking for a motion on whether or not we want to build and a dollar figure, knowing that that dollar figure is tied to a tax rate. I'll entertain that motion. Go ahead, Jeff.
Inquiry?
Yes, absolutely.
Gus or Ms. Nance, is the November date the only date that we have to set this, or is this something that can be set in May?
No, state law.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to get back to you. But on the where, I think, yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to get back to you on if it has to be November or not, or if you can do it in May.
And Mayor, I think you kind of refreshed my memory, but if we opted for the 17 million, that was represented no tax increase in our rate. And then the other figures were 22 million, I think you said, with a 1 cent increase, and 27 with maybe a 2 cent increase. And if Gus, if you're research this issue of whether I have a personal preference if we could defer to May, that's just with this
right.
time period.
And we're not asking you to make a final decision tonight. What the ask tonight is, do we tell the bond, or does the city tell the bond council to prepare the package that will come back to you all for a vote?
For a vote anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you will. Yeah, whatever y'all decide tonight, unless you decide we don't want to do it, unless you decide we don't want to do anything, that decision would be final for November. But if you decide you want to move forward tonight, you still have to come back and make the decision.
Right. You will call the elections in the beginning
Call
of
the election,
August.
pass the bond ordinance, all of that.
But the amount has to be included tonight.
So that they can prepare the package, yes. Now hold on one second.
I want to add to that discussion. Due to the state of the economy, we know that everything is going to be tight. I would say the 17 million with no new taxes. That's better than nothing.
Is that a motion?
That's my motion.
That is your motion.
That we keep it at 17 million, which will keep it at the same tax rate with no new tax.
Is there a second to that?
I have some discussion, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Lau, go ahead.
We haven't had another meeting explaining why the cost almost doubled. And so I'm curious to what happened. You know, the cost was like 8 to 10, and then it went to 17 to 22. My fear is that we're going to push this thing too fast. It's going to fail. And if I remember correctly, we can't do another bond for 3 years. So our department will suffer for 3 more years in a dilapidated, a building that they shouldn't even be occupying, to be quite frank. So I'm open to suggestions, but I still am confused of what doubled the cost. And
I think tonight is simply at worst a placeholder to move the process forward. I think Ms. Nance has shared with us that at any time during this process, we can say, stop, we don't want to continue. A vote tonight doesn't lock us into having to call for a vote. It simply moves the process forward so that we can continue learning. To your point, if you want to see more information, have more discussion, this process allows for that. And then we will at some point have to vote to call the election. And at that point, if the majority of council is not comfortable, it can simply be voted down. But tonight is nothing more than continuing the process forward with a dollar amount, nothing more. If that makes sense to all of us.
Mhm. And at the 17 million, there's no new taxes.
No new tax, the tax rate will stay
Stay
the
the
same.
same.
Yes, yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes, sir, Joe.
guess I don't know if you have an answer, but I just kind of briefly. Ooh, it says a May election, bond election may be held, and I'm gonna defer to you.
Yeah,
With-
just looking at what the bond council sent, the November only election failed. But I would remind everyone, the legislature is in a special session now.
Yeah.
So,
So, I'm gonna second, Councilmember Yancey's motion so that we can at least get the placeholder.
And keep the conversation going.
Keep the conversation going. But I will say that in that context, my preference is to have a May bond election.
We understand.
See that it's a successful one. If you said so.
Mhm.
But if you said
And
we're
so-
not approving it tonight, oh, and I also seconded it, my second is for the 17 million. as well.
17 million,
No
yeah.
tax increase.
Again, let's be clear, tonight, this action, if council votes in the affirmative, simply continues the conversation with a dollar figure attached. It is nowhere near an obligation for an election or for anything other than the continued conversation. This initiates the bond council to prepare the package for us so that we can get more information and dig deeper. Nothing more, nothing less.
Can I answer that? before
Yes.
we vote? I wore my shirt today, my Marque Citizens Alumni Citizens Academy shirt, because I think our police officers have waited a very long time, at least since I've been on the council in 21, trying to get better facilities. And I do hope that this council will at least go in the right direction to answer the call for a new public safety building, not only for our officers, but also for our public as well. So that we need it. That's a need in our city. So I'm hoping that we consider that going
Yes, ma'am.
forward.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? And hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9-4, Coastal Community Federal Credit Union Back to School Bash 2025, requesting a waiver of permit fees for the Coastal Community Federal Credit Union Annual Back to School Bash. I will entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9-5, Purchasing, authorizing the purchase of a utility terrain vehicle, Polaris Direct, fiscal year 25, SB 224 catalytic converter grant. I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9-6, Purchasing, authorizing a sole source purchase, Axon drone as first responder system under fiscal year 24, SB 224 catalytic converter grant. I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9-7, Purchasing, authorizing the purchase of a mobile surveillance trailer from Wireless CCTV LLC, WCCTV under fiscal year 24, SB 224 catalytic converter grant. I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9-8, Employee Handbook, reviewing the current employee handbook that is utilized by the city of Lamarque. Ms. Holbrook. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Alrighty, I was asked by council to put this on the agenda. A little bit of history about the handbook is that the most recent handbook is from 2013. That is the one that we currently utilize. Just so you guys know, there is a draft of a new handbook that department heads are currently reviewing. Right now, it's currently with IT to make sure that all of the policies, all of our computer policies and things are up to standard. It is something that me and Gus have gone through a couple of times. So that is something that we are working on in the background, but I am open to any questions about our current handbook.
Are there any questions from Ms. Holbrook about our current handbook? Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor and council, this is not responsive to my request. I want to see the handbook that we're using now. That's my request.
This is it.
This is it right here.
Which one?
Yes, sir.
It's-
It's
it's-
Oh,
uploaded.
it's the
in
one
here.
into attached. Stupid me. That's not doing that. Okay, I apologize. I don't get mine printed anymore, so I need to just.
I was like,
print
it's
it out.
11 o'clock, guys. I may have done the wrong thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
Long day, long day.
Are there any questions you have about it that I can answer?
Oh, as soon as I read it, yes. So.
Sounds good.
It's late in the night, so I don't think that you'll get a lot of questions from us tonight. We probably are going to have to bring this back. You said that you were working on it with Gus. Are you all working together on it?
There have been a number of revisions to this that have never made it to y'all. I don't know why. But Michaela has undertaken to get it to y'all. So that's what we're doing.
Go ahead, Jim.
Did you say this was the one that's being used since 2013? Did I hear you say?
That's correct.
2013.
And it seems like in the past, it's just been revised and revised and revised and just never made it to here. But my goal is to actually get this to you guys before the new budget year. I'm just trying to make sure that it has everything in it that we need in it.
So
do you need more?
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Ms. Hughes.
So do you need more time to get that back to us?
The
Before-
finished version? Oh, yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay.
I was about to say that, but the one that we currently use is what you have in front of you.
Okay.
Yes.
So what would you like for the council to do to review what you've sent us and to prepare for next meeting to discuss possible additions or changes? Or would we email those changes to Ms. Nance and have them added? What is, Gus, what's the best way you would?
It may be more effective if y'all email the requests to Kiera so that she can respond to them, or
Okay.
so that Michaela and I can come prepared to answer your questions, as opposed to, it's an 80-page document.
Let's do this. Let's review the document, council. Any requests for changes, let's email them to Ms. Nance. They are simple requests, so they should all go on, not in the handbook, but on a list. We don't need a second, for. We don't need a second for a simple request. So we'll have the handbook, we'll have all of the requests or for changes from council. We'll bring that back next meeting, and the council will act, and then we will direct for those changes to be implemented. And then the next meeting, after that meeting, we would possibly be ready to adopt finally a new handbook. So that looks like the end of August for us.
Beautiful. Yes, I can work with Miss
More
Hobby
meetings.
on that. Yes, to make sure that that gets in front of you guys.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any questions for us?
No, sir. Thank you.
When can you go home? We're trying to get there, Michaela. We're trying to get there. I'm teasing.
Thank y'all.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Let's go next door. Don't even go home.
Go to sleep on your desk. 9, citizens participation, considering parameters and establishing guidelines for citizens participation at meetings. So that we don't beat a dead horse. We found ourselves in a conundrum. We are in the gulf between free speech and what is appropriate. And I venture to say that we are not the only governmental entity that is in that gulf. I think that this is a happenstance that is occurring all across our country on every level of government. All you need to do is look at Washington, and you see those same
types of exchanges happening from the federal level down through the state level, down even to the municipality. We have to find a way to allow people to express themselves and exercise their First Amendment right together without having those rights harm or hurt others. And so that's where the discussion is. Part of that discussion was to perhaps split the two sessions. One citizens hearing would be for agenda items only. Another citizens participation would be for those persons wishing to express their First Amendment right on non-agenda items. That is a possibility. It is also a possibility to keep them together, but for the council to work together to specify very clearly what will and will not be tolerated. I think we can set rules that say that would suggest what we will and won't tolerate. Personal attacks is a very general bucket, and it's huge, and it is subjective. What is a personal attack to me may not be a personal attack to Mr. Compion. And so we only have two ways to slice it. Split them, which I believe might be considered some sort of a disenfranchisement. Folks would have to wait longer than other folks, or council might be able to, again, clearly define what personal attacks are and what we will not tolerate, which will then give the chair, the presider, more teeth to be able to enforce that those parameters. Council, I know it's late. Those are the choices, the way that I see it. Does anybody want to add to that or subtract from that?
Mayor, if I could.
Yes, sir.
I very rarely hear from residents. Well, I've heard recently about streets, but before that, very rarely. But one of the first things that I did start hearing as our conversations were going on, our spirited conversations, was the fact that why are individuals that don't live in the city of Lamarque given the same privileges as individuals that reside outside the city? And that's a good question, because other cities, such as the city of League City, I've been before them as a nonprofit group. I can, with the permission of the mayor there, speak. But if I'm coming as an individual, I don't have that privilege at the beginning of the meeting. They may incorporate it later in the meeting, but not. And so that's, I think, during our retreat, the sense of where this conversation came about. And then the other item to remember, as we saw with our new technology here, is that we're not inconveniencing anybody if they wish to participate in their public comment by providing them that opportunity if they don't live in the city of Lamarque, or if they're not speaking on an agenda item, to log in via the Zoom or via Zoom to make their particular comments as they're monitoring or watching the meeting online. So the privilege is there. Avery, would be accurate to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that's the spirit in which the conversation took place at our retreat.
Did you want to say something, Joseph?
Yeah, there does have to be a happy medium. I'm a obviously big supporter of First Amendment, but when you have, it seems to be a lot of outside agitators coming in, and when you got somebody that wants to come in and curse and talk about somebody's wife that's on council, that's a little bit too far. So I'm not going to go as extreme as Texas City, where they take your driver's license. You can only speak on an agenda item. I think that's extremely inappropriate, but we have to have some type of decorum here. We have to. And we need to do something with the agitators that are coming in to disrupt our city and then go back to their town or wherever that they go back to. They don't have businesses here. They come here to disrupt and they go back home. So there's got to be some happy medium. I don't have the answer, but I'm here to discuss it with council and Mr. Gus. But there's got to be something.
Yeah.
Because it's what's happened is extremely inappropriate. You want to come and bash on council and stuff, but it's turned to they come here, there's got to be a happy medium.
Yeah.
So I'll refer to our second attorney, Mr. Campion, for input.
I think that you're right, Mr. Lowry. I have personally been the mayor, I guess, for about 5 years or so. I don't remember, but I've been the target of a lot of, and this has nothing to do with Mr. Lowry. I'm just saying in general. Many people come up to make comments about my mayorship and even the personal issues that I've had in my life, and it is inappropriate. And I agree with you on that. We need to find a way to be able to exclude those types of comments. What I would offer as a first step would be some sort of language that would say, whomever you are A, speaking on items that are on the agenda, or B, speaking to relevant city business and operations, right? That would be for me the first step of a parameter. If you're speaking about city operations, or if you're speaking about council votes, or what we have done in our capacity as a council member, not while we are riding down the street or shopping at Walmart, but if it's something that we have engaged in while we are a council member, that is fair. If it's relevant city business, it's fair, and you're right. If it's about our personal lives, it is extremely inappropriate for all of us. If it is about our families, it is inappropriate. If it is about our past, it is inappropriate. I think that goes for all of us. And what I will say is everyone up here, with the exception of Ms. Griffin, who just got here, they've talked about Kim's family and her private business.
My church.
And her church. And they've talked about my family and my private business. They've talked about Mayor Pro Tem's private business and his personal business. And they've done that to you as well. And so we get it. So at minimum, we need strong language, Gus, that would say we will allow you to speak on city services, city business, and our actions as council members while we are being council members. I think that's, if for example, Mr. Lowry is on the dais and he makes a statement or he makes a vote, that's fair. If we're at a festival where we're representing constituents as council members and something inappropriate happens, that's fair. What is not fair and what is dangerous and what is damaging is anything outside of that. That I would say that would be a first start in a series of steps to get us to an even higher plateau. Council, does that sound like it makes sense to any of us or to all of us?
Well, first, let me.
Miss Yancey, and then Gus, I want to see what you think about it.
My comments. I do think we also have business people that come that have businesses here that speak. So I think we need to include that language, not just that you live here, but if you have a business here, because we are twin cities. When I grew up, that's what they called the Marque and Tech City, Twin City Powers. So we do have a lot of the same vested interests. So I think we still need to say they need to be a resident or business owner, because we have business owners that don't even live in Lamarck that serve on our commissions, specifically the EDC. And she gets an opportunity, because that would say that she couldn't speak, right? So we need to, I think it should be, if you live here and have a business here, I don't know about the separation. I think that may make our meetings longer.
Yeah.
If we separate it that way, I think, because we can always come back and change if it doesn't work. But if we just keep it at the same and have those parameters. That's my 2 cents.
I think what you said, Mirabelle, negated the need for the separation because you gave very confined parameters.
Yeah.
When no family, no personal, no outside. That negated the need for two separate
Yes, ma'am. And let me say this, from the perspective of the chair, you have to remember, I'm listening to the people as well. Mayor Pro Tem caught it today and I appreciate it. I'm listening as we all are. If something is being said or there is a direction that's being taken by our speakers that is inappropriate, it is incumbent upon all 5 of us to say, point of order, Mayor, that is inappropriate. And I will recognize you and we will discuss if we have to. But don't assume because perhaps folks are speaking that I'm just simply allowing it because I want to allow it. A lot of times I'm listening as well, and I am not hearing necessarily in people's comments what others are hearing. And so all that takes for us as a team is to make a point of order and to say that the speaker is speaking on items that are inappropriate for citizens' participation. Gus, how do you feel from a legal perspective in your role as our city attorney if we strengthen and define the language to folks speaking on specifically on, if not agenda items, city business or our role as council people?
That, I mean, so I think as long as it's restricted to agenda items or city business, and then your role, I mean, because the statute does say that you can't prohibit public criticism of the body. So providing further clarification on the personal attacks, that's fine. We can do that. I would urge the council to exercise caution on the citizen versus non-citizen deal. Because the statute says that the governmental body shall allow each member of the public. The statute doesn't differentiate between whether they're a resident of the city or not. So that's why I would urge caution there. And I've actually told residents who have come up and asked Kiara and I, why do all of these people get to talk? It's like, well, the statute says that they're a member of the public. We have to allow them to speak. So.
But shall is.
No, shall is must.
I think
Shall-
shall is last silent.
Shall under the Code Construction Act is must. We must do it. It should is a,
Then how do other cities get away with that?
well, I don't know. I will tell you that there's at least one city in this county who had their meeting undone over public testimony.
Right.
And so I will admit that perhaps I am being conservative and erring on the side of caution, but I would not want to be in a position of having to redo a meeting and spending a bunch of time at the courthouse over having to redo a meeting because somebody didn't get their 3 minutes to, you know. And I would say also, you know, it creates an enforcement problem. Like, how are we going? Like, if we say, how are we going to know you're a citizen of or a resident of the city or not? You know, are we going to start? I think somebody said,
They take your ID.
take your ID. Are we going to do that? You know, there are all sorts of, and I'm not trying to make a political statement here, but not everyone has an ID. Are we going to say that you have to have an ID to address the council? And again, I'm not trying to make a political statement. I am not. I'm just saying these are practical things that the council, that you all would have to take into consideration if it were going to try to be restricted to just residents of the city. And as I said, all that aside, the statute says member of the public. It does not differentiate. So.
Very good. I saw Mayor Pro Tem first, and then I saw Mr. Lowry next.
Gus, my viewpoint was that we structure a meeting where the initial round of comments are on agenda items.
Yeah.
On agenda items. And I'm not trying to restrict anybody's testimony or speech or anything, but if it's not an agenda item, it's simply moved back toward the very end of, right before, what is it, our good and
Good of the
the
order.
good and order of the and
Yeah.
that still permits
Yeah,
the
and
public.
that's fine. I mean, the only thing I would say there is, by the time you all spend the time policing somebody, like let's say somebody gets up and talks for a minute on the agenda and then they have 2 minutes not on the agenda. Well, by the time y'all spend all that time policing that person, you've spent more time than just letting them finish. Does that make sense?
No, I think that the
okay.
chairs, we can do a good job with that.
Okay.
But that's what the county does. The county splits that you speak on agenda items. And then at the end.
Yeah, that if that's what, yeah, I would just, we'll make it very clear that, you speak, everyone, if you want to speak on the agenda, this is the place to do it. So,
Ms. Lowry.
on any item.
The issue with the going to the courthouse down there, it was because they put the public comments at the back and they held a vote without having the citizens be able to respond to it. That's what got them in the violation. But I like actually both ideas, front and back, and just something.
And we can try it.
Go ahead, Ms. Jensen.
We can try it, and if you don't like it, put it back.
My concern with splitting them is it appears as though it is an attempt, and it creates the perception that it is an attempt to suppress the idea of delaying a person's right to free speech, which is not what you meant at all. You're trying to get people to understand that agenda items are paramount. I think that we can do a good job as a council by helping to enforce the idea that there are only 3 things that you should be up here talking about: agenda items, city business and services, if something's going on with your water or your street, and actions taken by officials in their official capacity, which is not limited to the council. They might want to get up and complain about Gus. Maybe Gus is out, giving people all sorts of Hades out as in meetings. representing the
Signing off on lots of speeding tickets.
Yeah.
We'll go with that.
But it is a problem. It has to stop. The issue is personal attacks is a broad bucket that is unenforceable. That's the main issue. If we clean that up and try that for a quarter, maybe 3 months, see how that works. If the council then is now hyper vigilant to protect one another, I don't think that Mr. Lowry does not like when people personally attack him. Miss Yancey, excuse me, knows what it feels like for that to happen. And so all of us can say to the chair, point of order, Mayor, perhaps you're not listening. This person is speaking outside of the parameters of citizens' participation. And then it allows the chair to become cognizant of the fact that the chair has to act. That is important. And then if the chair does not act, now there is a problem with the chair, right? So maybe that's the first step, and we might end up with a split. But we have to walk down that road progressively together. Mr. Lowry, you want to add?
Yeah, and people can also address us through our email. And then,
Absolutely.
I encourage that. It's fun to read them sometimes.
Absolutely. Miss Griffin, did you want to add?
Oh, no.
You don't want to touch that one anymore. Do we want to, do we want to make a motion, or do we want to allow perhaps for that language to look at that language and adopt that language on next meeting?
Let's look at the language.
Look at the language, adopt the language. Very good. You okay with that, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Let's move now to, thank you, council. 9, 10, ex officio positions, determining ex officio positions for boards, commissions, and committees. I believe this discussion came out of our retreat as well.
Yes, sir.
I believe we have 2 people on our council that are misaligned. That would be Mayor Pro Tem, who is our current Parks Board ex officio member, and Council Member Griffin, who is our current Keep Lamarck Beautiful ex officio member. Ms. Griffin comes from the Parks Board, and incidentally, Mr. Compion comes from the Keep Lamarck Beautiful Commission. And so that made us aware that these ex officio positions are fluid based on council's experience and skill set. And so, Ms. Nance, what do we do? What are you asking for in this, in 9, 10?
In the council retreat, you all wanted to discuss the ex officio positions. As I reminded you, they are included in the ordinance to date. So this would at any rate require an ordinance change, but it was just to get your ideas of where y'all wanted to go, so we could bring this to you at a later meeting with what your options would be.
I remember.
But just so you all are aware, you have 12 active boards, not counting the collective bargaining units and the Charter Review Commission, which is not active at the moment. And only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them have ex officio members assigned. So.
Go ahead, Joe.
Mayor, at the retreat, I think when we were discussing this, I even brought up that point that we're not, the whole concept of ex officio is perhaps where we need to revisit, period. Because we don't have enough of us up here to really lend. But having said that, I think that we at council should be at liberty, without violating the Open Meetings Act, where 3 of us appear, we should have the liberty to attend any one of the boards or commission meetings and be there in any role as a facilitator, not necessarily perhaps say ex officio, but we're there to lend our expertise. But I think it deserves some further discussion. I don't know where, but we're not equitable at this point.
Yeah, let's bring that ordinance back for review to see if we might be able to maybe look at the word ex officio, maybe for a more fluid term that will get us to the same place. We're really looking for our more active, larger boards, a constant presence from council so that there can be communication going back and forth. And it needs to be fluid because the council changes at least every 2 years. And new people come on and they bring different skill sets. And so at least after every election, we have to have the flexibility to be able to move the parts if need be. So I would say the first step, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, is to bring this back, bring the ordinance back for review to see if we need to amend the ordinance. Without objection, council? Let's move now to item 9, 11, discretionary spending. Considering a request from Council District C to utilize discretionary funds. Mr. Lara.
Yeah, I would like to, the discretionary funds for this year, 4,000 to the Lamarque Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association. And then the additional, the 1,000 remaining for a staff luncheon. And if possible, if council could attend that as well, I would like to have everybody just as unity come together.
Okay. Very good.
Just a point of information. I thought that for this budget year, the discretionary amount was $3,000. Huh?
5,000.
Is it 5? Because that report that we got at the retreat showed 3.
It was 5 in the budget.
Ms. Nance?
There's 3,000 in operating supplies. So yes, he is right. There's 5,000 in travel. There's 3,000 in your, what would be considered your operating supplies by the accounting standards, but that's your discretionary fund.
That's the discretionary is the
Yes,
3, right?
yes. So there's 3 in the discretionary, 5 in the travel.
Let me act like I'm James Ross right now and say what we really should do is, and I'm just bringing this back up. I'm kidding, but it's important because he was working on this before he left. I think that what we were looking at for the future budget is to combine all those totals into one total, and that be a council's offices, Office District B, Office District A and C, have a total budget, and that would be inclusive of travel, discretionary. Is that right, James? Is that what you were trying to do? So that's worth at least a discussion. Future reference, but now we're on Mr. Lowry's account. He wants to donate $4,000 to the Citizens Police Academy. And he wants to donate $1,000 to a luncheon for our entire staff. And he wants to invite the entire council to attend that luncheon. Does he have, and I don't know this, if you do or if you don't, does he have 5,000 to do that?
Not in his discretionary fund, no.
Okay. He has 3,000.
There's 3.
Okay. What do you got, Jim?
Okay, then let me come back then. And then,
You wanna come back to it?
can we put this back on the agenda for next?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
All right, thank you, Council. 9,
Sorry. Question. So the council's budget is what?
the council has help me, Ms. Nance, at today, right now, a $3,000 discretionary fund budget, which was created for us to do small projects either within our district or to do small projects to help move the city forward.
Okay.
And that could be from a garden, a community garden, to painting streets, street curbs, to donating it to a worthy nonprofit organization. And we have 5,000 in our travel budget, which will allow us to attend TML and one training event of our choosing. So long as that training event fits the parameters of and the scope of our ethics ordinance, I believe it is. Is that right? Travel,
I
the travel.
believe there's a resolution that you all did for.
It's a resolution. I'm sorry, it's not the ethics ordinance, it's a resolution.
I got it.
And so that makes 8.
Mhm.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, correct me if I'm wrong. You're completing the remaining term of Mr. Ross.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever Mr. Ross has utilized, that's your remaining balance at this point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Through October.
Through the budget year.
October.
Through the budget year.
Till the end of September, yes.
Okay, 9, and we'll bring that back, Councilmember Lowry. 9-12, Drainage District number 2. Making recommendations for a memorandum of understanding with Drainage District number 2. Ms. Griffin, you brought this to us?
I did, and I want to thank Ms. Yancey for getting me connected with Mr. Cravens. But we were able to do drive around and look at all of the drainage districts in District D, and I think it's happened in A and C with the other council members. And with regards to this, I am hoping that the city would enter into an interagency agreement with the drainage district. They are doing a great job with maintaining the districts over in District D. There are some concerns that I have that I want to speak with Shannon about. But for the most part, one of the things that they do to help alleviate mowing is they use a sprayer. They build their own equipment, they get their supplies, they train their people on how to use it, and what they're doing is killing a lot of the grass in the large spaces. And I think it would benefit the city if they work with them to get that included in our memorandum of understanding so that we can utilize their knowledge to help streamline some of the maintenance issues that are plaguing our staff.
Very good.
That's all I have.
Yes, ma'am. Did we make the motion?
No.
You want to make the motion? Do you want to make the motion that we enter?
Sure, I didn't know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then we'll just go.
Yeah, I like to make a motion.
That we enter a memorandum of understanding with
Yes.
Drainage District 2. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, further discussion, anyone?
I think they've been, thank you to Mr. Cravens. I think this is something they've been trying to get done to help us out for
Yeah.
pretty close to the better part of a year now.
Yeah.
So, just want to thank the Drainage District 2, the elected officials and Mr. Cravens for doing what they can to help us out.
For years, Roland Buchanan, I probably shouldn't have said his name. He's retired now. Hope you're doing well, Roland. Hope you're doing well. For years, he was in Mr. Craven's position. And they worked, when I was a younger person on council with, Mr. Osteen, they worked a lot with our public works, team, to do drainage projects in concert, and our city drained better in those days. And so I think we're on the right track, council. Thank you, Councilwoman Griffin, for bringing this to our attention. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 9, looks like 8, 9-8, Unified Town Hall. Considering a request to host a unified town hall for all districts. This is brought to us again by District D, Ms. Griffin.
I think that the council is on the right track moving forward, working together for the good of our citizens and the order of our city. And I think it would benefit the mayor and council if we have one unified town hall meeting. That way that we can all work together to get information out to our respective districts about what's going on. But also we're working very closely with making decisions together in a unified stance. So I think this would just add to it. It would just show the city that we are serious when we say that we want to try to bring our community back together so that we can continue moving our city forward.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
have-
Is that a motion?
Yeah, so
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Ms. Griffin, do you have a date? Is it a fall town hall?
I think Miss Yancey decided September of the
Yep.
fall would be, she
Okay.
came up with the September.
You have a September date?
Or we can do October after the budget is.
After we get into the new fiscal year? I would say October would be a better chance for our staff who would have to support us to prepare.
Right.
And so we'll look, we can name a date later, but end of October is what you're looking at?
See?
Oh, no, I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
They're like the third weekend.
Third weekend?
That's our birthday weekend, week 2. Is the third week of October.
So perhaps third week is what you're looking at? So tentatively, we're looking at
'Cause
third
next
week.
is CML, so you can't do it that way.
Yeah, tentatively, we're looking at third week. Don't have to have a date right now, but. Yeah, okay. Their motion is there a second? Any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? City manager's report, as always, council. Submitted report to update council and community on the standard operations of the city. Report can be acknowledged as a whole or discussed at the pleasure of council. There are 3 items for us to consider, council, if you want to discuss any one of these three items as I read them, just let council know. 10-1, June 2025 municipal court stats. 10-2, June 2025 sales tax revenue. 10-3, Texas House Bill 1522, new legislation for agenda postings.
Like to.
Mayor Pro Tem. Very good. Let's move to item 10-3. Texas House Bill 1522, new legislation for agenda postings. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I'm going to defer to our city clerk. She's the one that updated us as well on this new information passed during the last legislative session, so that we all know the new rules for postings effective September 1st. But I think you're going to initiate this before then, if I'm mistaken.
Yes, ideally, we will be implementing this, actually starting this week for going into August, so we can have a month to do a trial run. But yes, they did change the rules for agenda postings. It's no longer 72 hours. It is now 3 business days. So that is going to change some timelines, both in office as well as for the council in terms of. I'm sorry. No. It's gonna change some deadlines just in terms of how we get things put out to the community, as well as when we need things received from everybody. We try to be as strict as we can on deadlines. We understand some things change and happen last minute, but that window is effectively closed at this point because the state wants us to have these done a little bit earlier than before.
Question, is a business day include Saturday or not? No, it's
Just Monday through Friday.
Through Friday.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, so before it needed to be posted on Friday for a Monday because that's the 72 hours. If the meeting's at 1:00, you have until 1:00 on that Friday. Now, I believe it's recommended that we post on Wednesday. So it'll be ready for that Monday because there's the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's it.
Any questions for Ms. Nance? Hearing none, we will move past item 10-3. It doesn't require a vote. Simply our acknowledgement to item 10-4. I have let me say this. I don't think that I've been through a meeting, James Osteen or James Ross, where I haven't heard the city manager's voice in 6 hours. Ms. Miller, what do you have to say after 6 hours of silence?
6 hours. I really don't have too much. I just wanted to bring to your attention, we have been hearing from citizens as well as staff that there are issues we're aware of, some sound issues here in council chambers. We have acquired the equipment to make those improvements. It's just a matter of staff having an opportunity to get those installations done. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention that we have heard you and we're trying to make improvements on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else?
That's it.
I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
I could just, Ms. Miller, I just want to repeat, and I'm sure you're joining us in this, is to apologize to all of our residents, or especially all of our residents, but certainly the public in general, that the unfortunate pornography that appeared at our site is something that we had nothing to do, number one. And Lamarque is not a city of hatred. And so my apologies and our apologies. And we're not going to have that happen again. Right, Mr. Bauer? Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Miller?
Then
I think while we're on that subject, in the city manager's report, I echo Mayor Pro Tem's comments, and I will assert that there has already, through no direction from council, there has already been a plan that has been discussed by Ms. Miller and her staff, and they are already in the process of implementing that plan. And so kudos to Ms. Miller, to Mr. Conrad, and to Mr. Avery and whomever else was involved with this quick response of a new process for accessing our meetings. There's nothing further. We'll move to item 13, requests and announcements. And we will start with Mrs. Griffin.
The only request that I would like to have, Mayor Bell, is I would like to have a discussion on the ditches, because I'm getting conflicting information about how that process works. Is it possible we can have, yeah.
Does anybody want to second that?
I second it.
It's on the agenda. Just that simple, Ms. Griffin, just that simple. Anyone else? I mean, I'm sorry, was that it?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Lowry?
I want to say thank you, Amy, for your service to the community. We won't be able to see you again. And a great big thank you for fixing the pothole on Lake overnight. That made the citizens so extremely happy. I've tried for 7 months to get that fixed.
I didn't fix it. I told the right people.
Yes, thank you, Shannon Burrow, but thank you for getting that done for us. It was a huge safety concern for the community, and it made a lot of people happy. And that's what something so simple made so many people so happy. So thank you for that. Thank you. And thank you for your service to the city. That's it. Yes, sir.
Ms. Yancey,
I'm good.
you good? Mayor Pro Tem?
Very quickly, I want to thank the residents of Duro and is it Cornett? Cornett? Corbett, I'm sorry, Corbett, that took the time out of their busy lives to come out and be part of this democracy of ours of Lamarque. It takes your input, and they showed up at a time of day that for many would find it difficult, but it was impressive to see them here, and their voices are necessary for all of us to remind us that the business of city government is the basics: streets, sewers, ditches, proper water, running water. And so I want to thank and staff. And I also want to say thank you to council that for your patience working with the mayor and myself, following your instructions to pursue the search for an interim city manager. And I want to thank Texas First for their response and providing us candidates that were vetted. We know they have graduate degrees. We know they have their background history taken care of. And I think the community will be very well served by our future interim city manager, Miss Holland. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. We want to certainly request that the language that the council has agreed upon tentatively on the citizens' participation piece, that it be added for adoption for next meeting. And that language is that you are speaking, whomever you are, on an agenda item, on city business / city services, or on actions taken by elected and appointed staff. And that's what it'll be limited to, so that we can empower the chair to enforce that, those very clear lines of distinction. Secondly, there were some folks that left here today with smiles on their faces, but there were some folks that left here with frowns as well. And I want to personally apologize to the good people of Omega Bay who have been waiting patiently on a vote on an ordinance concerning their TIRZ. And I want to say, because of that, there's a saying in the Bible that everything that's lawful isn't expedient, which means that something can be lawful but not helpful. And Gus clearly shared with us that the road that we were going down was lawful. We could have acted without the ordinance being in our agenda packet, but it would not have been, in my opinion, helpful. And so we need to submit as a council what we expect. If we expect every ordinance that we will consider to be published in our agenda so that the entire community can see, then that needs to be a resolution from this council to our city attorney, to our city clerk's office, so that that can be the standard. So we don't find ourselves again in the great gulf of what's lawful and what's helpful. I don't like seeing any one of our citizens, our residents turned away in frustration. So let's resolve this once and for all, council. I'd like to see that as an agenda item, as a resolution. Doesn't have to be a long one, Ms. Nance, but one that would clearly direct all parties involved what we expect when we are dealing with an ordinance. Lastly, the council did vote unanimously to appoint Mrs. Barbara Bailey Holly as our interim city manager. I am sure that her resume will be released through our communications department to the public. I don't know how that works. I'm saying something that may not be true. Or better yet, if you fill out an open records request, you'll be able to get that resume. Is that right?
That's better. Yeah.
That's better? You like that better? And so if you are looking to read up on Mrs. Barbara Bailey Holly, you can submit an open records request for her resume. She amongst, and I'm not going to read her whole resume, but she was an interim manager in the city of Grady here recently as April of 2025. And she was city manager of the city of Rockdale. And she worked for other cities such as Tyler, Texas, Athens, Texas, and Temple, Texas, Corpus Christi, Texas, as well, just to name a few. She is starting immediately. And we look forward to meeting her in person. And we say congratulations to her. We look forward to working with her. Mrs. Miller has done a splendid job. I hope that this is not the last time we see Ms. Miller. I hope that we can continue a relationship in some capacity with Ms. Miller, but that is entirely up to Ms. Miller. But nevertheless, we thank you for your service, ma'am. If there's nothing further, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Stand adjourned.